How's it hanging, Daddy-O, and welcome back to Super Happy Fun Dice, the only place where you can watch us playing D&D, because this is the only show we do where we play D&D. Thank you for coming back. If it's your first episode, stop and watch them from the beginning, please.
I've got those shoes.
What the... Yeah?
Yeah.
We all own shoes! That's the kind of flavour text you don't get with other D&D campaigns that you watch online.
Probably for the better.
Probably for the better. And heading our little campaign here.
Hi.
Great.
Nice to meet you. I'm the DM.
Yeah, he's the DM of this
You've
one.
met me in the previous episodes.
Really, if you are starting here, just please stop and go back. You're gonna get nothing from starting here.
Okay, introduce yourself.
Yeah, this little character.
Hello.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm not carrying you all the fucking way.
Hello, my name is Blake, and I'm playing a merfolk named Cyreus, and I have shoes.
And your pee-pee burns.
And my pee-pee stinks.
Hi.
And my name's Nathan.
I have to include the beginning part of that now, just for the context of that.
No, you don't. Just stick it at the end of the video. So, stick around for the end of the video.
You don't want to miss me saying
Give us them average user minutes.
You don't want to miss me saying the same thing I said a
We're
minute
not
ago.
even monetizing.
Ages ago.
We're back, and we have miniatures.
We'll obviously cut to them closer, but we've got miniatures, and they're really cool looking. Like, they actually... we did what we could with Blake's character. Obviously, you've seen the illustration, so you know what he's supposed to look like. We got the closest that we could on Hero Forge to Blake's merfolk, but they both look really good. And they were
really good.
And they were both painted by myself and Craig. Craig is better off with the finer details. I basically did like the block colours. And yeah, they're very neat, and we're going to be playing with them should we ever actually need to do a movement thing.
But even if not, they're good just to have on the table.
They're shiny.
They're very shiny. Of course they are.
I want to put it up my nose.
You can.
You are not.
It's not lead paint. You're not going to kill you.
It is yours, so if you want to do that, go ahead, but I'd really rather you didn't.
I'll resist the temptation.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm glad. At the moment, if that's all right with you.
I introduced myself, so I guess we can just about get started, but usually we have to do a bit of clean-up at the beginning, don't we?
Clean up?
Things like how much money we've spent, etc.
Oh, most certainly. Okay, let's see how much money... Okay, first things first.
Also, while he's rolling them die, I will say, for a couple of things, it has been like 2 months, if not longer, since we actually started this campaign. I know it's only been a week since the last episode, but bear with us if we're a bit slow on the uptake. Likely it will get edited around. Second of all, we have rescheduled when we're recording these. It's now much later in the day, so if we get a bit loopy and start falling asleep towards the end, I can only apologise, but bear with us.
430 gold.
Wow!
What did you spend 430 gold on, guys?
Yeah, what, did you buy a car?
No, I bought this sweet
Why are you wearing my lanyard?
sweet badge that I stole from the other room. That's what I bought with them.
All my precious informations are on there.
That's why I held my hands in front of me.
You paid for a time travel just to steal a lanyard.
Okay, for a general understanding, between each session I roll to make sure that, to find out exactly how much they have spent during the interim days between each session, because this one is a few days after their previous session. So, the question is, what did you guys spend 430 gold on during said interim?
I can't remember exactly whether we covered this at the last episode, but do you remember that we stole an item? Or rather, we ordered the theft of an item from an orc who was a teacher of sorts?
Yes, you did.
We didn't return that at the end of the episode, did we?
No, you did not.
Okay, so can I say that a large portion of that was us paying to have that returned?
That's a good idea.
Basically, telling someone, this is where you find it, steal it from them and take it back, please. Are you okay with that?
One second. Oh! I would say that you managed to spend of that 430 a good half of it on that. So what does the rest of it go on?
Okay, so we've still
Just
got
like furnishings. Maybe we could have got like some more stuff for the
okay.
to take
We've made the reception area more cosy for.
Okay,
the
describe to me what you put in the reception area.
Yeah, and for our new receptionist.
Okay. So what have you put in there?
We've got her a new chair.
New chair
fitting to her back.
She's only little, so it's got steps up to it.
We've got a few things, like we've got like a nice little jug of water that she can have on her desk that she can give to the clients.
It was the most expensive jug of water in Cordis.
I reckon I got diddled.
That's why your pee-pee's
You've got 200 gold to burn through, so you need a little bit more than a chair and a bottle of water.
We've got some things that like writing pads and notes that she can keep, and like a filing system, like an old-timey filing system she can use.
We acquired one of the magical jewels from the last one, didn't we? So how about? Is there some sort of special like safekeeping box that
you do have a safe?
But this is extra special. Like anyone can crack a safe.
Yeah, so can we get maybe I see what Nathan's saying, so we can get maybe
what if you paid to enchant the safe?
Yes,
that's
a good idea. Yeah.
So the safe is now enchanted with a ward that would take at least I would say, actually let's see whether or not you guys got fucked over or not. Oh, it's bad average. Okay, so in that case, I would say the caster would need to be of anywhere between level 5 and 10 to actually be able to break through it with standard rolls. If they're under 5, they would get disadvantage. If they were over 10, they would get advantage.
How many magic casters does it take to crack a safe? Sounds like the start of a hilarious joke.
One, it just takes time and magic.
I don't have either of those things. Okay, so is that about all of the funds accounts?
You're a vampire and you're through magic. You have both of those things. Okay, sorry, what was that?
I was going to ask, is that about the funds covered? Would you say?
Yeah, it's about the funds covered.
That's all of our fancies and taken care of. Okay. Also, I believe I have to roll for blood and whatnot.
Yes. Roll a d6.
D6.
Whatever it lands on is how many. Actually, wait. Stop. Roll a d20 first.
That's a 19.
19. Nice. Roll a d6 with advantage. So roll it twice and pick the lowest number.
3. Cheers for that.
Okay. So you have used 3 blood packs.
Okay. I don't. Ooh.
And not because of your high roll, you not only did you roll only use 3 blood packs, but you are actually perfectly fine in doing so. It hasn't given you any negative effects.
Okay, that was also the only problem is that as of last episode, I have apparently just 3 vials left, so I think that's cleared me out. So that's something I'm gonna have to deal with.
So he's gonna have to get himself some more.
Oh.
You guys sound like a fine art now, Nathan, to be fair.
What, getting it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just go to the church and say, please.
Go on.
Go, you know you wanna.
You just sort of arrive like a little wicker basket in a shroud.
Just so you know, I'm keeping a tally of
baby.
how much they have so that if you go to them too often, they can run out.
I just did good.
I know. I'm just saying they can run out. They're not an infinite supply.
Okay.
They get it from somewhere that you could go to if you wanted to inquire. But well, it would probably cost you.
I'll just have to start like draining pigs or something.
Yeah, probably. Okay.
I'm not spending money on next time.
Begin. A single bird flew over the large, overbearing walls of the city and perched itself on the chimney of a nearby house. There it called out a sweet tune to join the others, singing its praise of the day that had been cast for many hours. The 52nd of Rainmoot was upon the city, and the cool day was dulled by overcast skies that smelt of rain that had not yet begun to fall. The world was busy all the same, and to all those outside it was a day like any other, but to those within the walls of the investigative agency of Big Dicks, it was the birthday of one undead individual. And what a day it would be.
Oh no. I don't like how you introduced that. What a day for me! Yay!
Have you got a little hat on?
No.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, I've not let him know about this.
There is a knock on your bedroom door. You are currently inside.
Okay. I guess I'll approach and just ask. Yes, who's there?
It's me. It's Kelphus.
I look around and make sure that there's nothing super suspicious. Lying around, and I just open the door slightly with my mask off. I will continue that around her and just sort of peer out through the crack of the door. Yes?
She's standing there with a cake that looks to have been made by herself. And it's a 2-tiered cake at that.
How... you saw the records then, I guess.
Well, that's sort of my job.
Thank you, Kelvis.
Would you like to come downstairs? I also got us cookies.
I'm going to ask you a question. I'd like you to tell me honestly. Is there anyone else down there?
No.
Oh. Was that insight? I rolled a 2 on the dice. Like, oh, good! I love cookies! Oh, dear.
She guides you downstairs into the room and roll perception with advantage.
Okay, that's a 16 on the dice. Perception, that is 23.
Okay. The light is off, the room is dark, but you know for a fact what is about to happen, because he is currently sat inside the corner, still fucking glowing, in the dark.
Also, can I say, when some of the money that we spend, can I spend it on like a party hat? And those things that go like that.
Look what I invented!
Yes, you may. And I know that he technically should have rolled stealth for that, but I wanted it for the comical effect of him just huddled inside the corner glowing. So the lantern is turned up, the light blazes inside the room. Nabir Buck is there.
Why is he there?
You are there, and you both jump out, and it is surprise.
It's a surprisement.
Kelfish, you lied to me.
I would have invited more, but I looked through the records and you don't have many friends.
Well, happy fucking birthday to me! I'll just chuckle at that and I'll just say, oh, thank you for the effort. You've clearly put a lot of thought into everything.
Happy birthday, says a voice behind you.
I'm just eating cake. Just
Do I recognise the voice?
Most certainly.
Do I need to roll?
No. You
Okay.
know who it is.
Are you going to give this information, or do I just have to play the generation
A
game?
certain girl from a certain cafe.
Oh shit, she's not seen me without my mask on.
She's behind you. You could try and slip it on.
I don't have it with me. That'd be in the bedroom.
Oh.
Seeing Iridius's plate, Alorin's plate,
Yeah.
I sort of like put down my cake,
Put down.
and then it's sort of like,
Laurie, tell!
I'm just imagining him getting his staff, looking at the nearby lights, and just going.
and I sort of like have a little think about what I can.
What, do you not do that up here? That's what we do in Birthday Down Under the Ocean. We smash them things!
Smash things. Okay. I am going to cast fog cloud in the office for some birthday atmosphere. Under the sea, we often sort of like swim around a lot, and like we drive up the sand and things to make it like a Christmas, a birthday sort of like running tournament or something. And so I cast fog cloud to give the same effect, and then just start lightly jogging around the room. Going, this is
normal! This is normal!
This is how we celebrate birthdays under the sea. I've got to do a lap for every year that you've been alive. How many years have you been alive?
Hang on.
I don't know. You never told me your character's age.
I believe he's technically 36.
I'm going to be running a long time.
It's not a big room, don't worry.
But she rolled an 11, which basically means it's not that she believes you, it's not that she disbelieves you. She's just stood there confused, going, okay.
Bemused.
So quite bemused.
The fog cloud's going to cast, like, it's going to make it hard for anyone to see anyone else, basically, was my impression. I do discos as well, if anyone wants my ability
I've got the Grease Mega Mix on tape.
To do discos with my abilities as well. So I've cast fog clouds and no one can really see anyone else. So you can potentially maybe have an advantage on your stealth to slip away and grab your mask.
Yes, if you want to use stealth to try and slip away to go upstairs, I will give you advantage because of the fog cloud.
What a farce. Okay, that's a 19 to begin with. That's a natural 20.
Natural 20?
Yeah.
She doesn't even notice you disappear. You go out, you go upstairs, you grab the mask, you come all the way back, and she's like, what's okay? What's going on? And then all of a sudden you're right there next to her again wearing your mask.
He's always doing this. Any hint of a celebration, it's fog time.
She jumps a bit at the fact you're next to her. She jumps a bit when you're next to her. Okay.
Azure, thank you for coming.
Oh, thank you. Some cake? Shall I have some cake? I tried to help make. I made some of the tops. And you notice that it's got, but there's icing on the top and all that, and it obviously tries to say happy birthday, Alorin, but it's done quite badly, and your name is misspelled.
I don't blame her. I can't spell it properly half the time.
Well, I called you Aloris a minute ago, so.
Sure. It looks lovely. Thank you. I'll have some of the cake.
Okay, it's actually quite good. Kelphis proves
How am I eating it?
Oh. Roll Constitution!
Oh, natural 20!
Oh! Not only are you able to eat it, you're able to do so, and with quote-unquote gusto. But...
The ghosts are at it again.
So you're able to do so in a manner that that arouses absolutely no suspicion. To everybody else, you're eating like a normal human.
Okay, but okay, so am I just holding face, or do I actually think it tastes?
Oh no, you're eating it. You're eating
I'm
it,
just.
and it is ash in your fucking mouth. You're just really good at hiding that. As a undead individual, food literally turns to ash in his mouth, so he has to eat that.
So this is going to be a party I have to endure, like all parties.
All parties that you have to go to.
Except the cake is the only reason I go for most parties. What are you drawing there?
I've got a little picture of you on your birthday.
Aww.
There's you on your birthday. The little hammer. So we return to the birthday party.
Yes.
There's Alorin trying to make it like he's having a good time, like the biggest square that he is.
You've never had birthday cake before.
No, I haven't. I'm finding it thoroughly enjoyable.
Constitution.
Roll to see whether you like it or not.
I just told you I'm enjoying it.
No. Let's figure it out.
No, he isn't.
4.
Is that Constitution?
Yeah. What is it? Like a regular or with a saving throw?
Saving. Should be.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a 9.
Icing is way too sweet for your palate.
I mean, I guess like I normally eat like seaweed and like small.
Yeah, you're
fish,
used to like the salty.
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
thing.
So
you're not
sweet
used
things
to
very-
sweet things, and that is this sweet, and then there's this thing is made out of sugar. What the fuck?
I mean, I guess under the sea, I don't really know. Like, I don't not really had sugar before, so yeah, it's gonna make it quite hyperactive, I'd imagine. That would be fun. Hence the fog cloud and the running. I'm just going 29, 30. 31!
Note to self, don't let him have coffee.
Fucking hell, Lauren, don't have another birthday.
32! 33! Just as someone else is talking. 34!
There's a knock at the door.
Can I whisper, thank fuck?
On the
Roll
way.
stealth.
For the microphone, I just went, thank fuck. Okay, that's not a good stealth, so can I roll deception instead? I rolled a 3 on stealth.
Nibirabak heard you clearly. Jura did not.
Okay, so I'm going.
Can I roll deception quickly?
Go ahead.
Damn it! Okay, with a 10, I just say, oh, sorry, I was thanking you and the door startled me.
As on my 35th lap, I open the door on a jog on the way past.
Talk while run!
And then all the fog just sort of dissipates into the street outside.
Nibirabak gives you a wry grin that shows he fucking wrong. He doesn't believe a single
Also,
fucking thing you say.
A little bit of metagaming. Why the fuck is he here? He hates me now.
Nibirabak doesn't hate you.
He knows about the vampire thing. And he got upset.
He is there. He got upset because of the vampire thing because you didn't tell him, and he's a little bit wary about that.
It's not the sort of
But
thing you say on first dates, though.
But you are still a quote-unquote friend, and it is a case of until you prove otherwise.
I've added something else to the picture I drew of you.
Yeah?
Rosy cheeks.
Oh, really? Where'd you get that inspiration from?
I don't know. So yes, I've opened the door on my 35th run around the room.
Anriella Venrora's there.
The mouthful enters the room.
Hold the phone! Hold the phone!
She won't be inside your list because you met her in a previous case. Specifically,
Anriella.
the murder mystery of Hal Rosehorn.
Oh, was this the lady
Oh,
who...
yeah. Okay, so yeah, I suppose at seeing her, I'll just turn to Kelphus and say, I suppose she wasn't one of the invitations.
No. She's stood there stoically, her fingers clasped before her.
37!
What?
I was 36.
I've miscounted. I stopped running.
I have to run backwards one. It's bad luck, I've got to do it. Anriella, is this business or pleasure?
Unfortunately, business.
Oh, I'd ask you to come in, but I'm afraid there's a bit of a shindig going on at the moment.
Smoke is billowing out behind you guys. I see.
Cyreus, should we step outside with our guest? Is that okay?
Of course.
Okay, I think that might be a good idea. I've had quite enough of birthdays for one day.
You step outside, the other guests enjoying their cookies, coffees, teas, and stuff like that.
I assume there might be a little bit of ale there, a little bit of wine.
A little bit.
Is it are we doing business hours or is it night time?
It's still business hours. So it's daytime.
Cheeky.
It's daytime. It's actually decently early inside the morning.
And they're already getting leathered.
The sky is overcast, so you're perfectly fine in this. And
So I'm covered up.
the marketplace is currently in full swing. So you've got that as a bit of a background.
Okay.
She looks to you both. I was impressed with the way that you handled Mr. Rosehorn's passing.
You might be the only one, but thank you.
That wasn't my indication. I believe that many people were quite impressed. Unfortunately, I am in need of said skills.
Interesting. What appears to be the problem?
Unfortunately, there seems to have been another death. Another member of the family, Nesrin Rosehorn, aunt to Hal Rosehorn, has unfortunately been murdered.
This family's starting to sound cursed.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, but it has started to make me have my suspicions.
Very well. Obviously, we are a business. Is there any information on what sort of funds you have?
Whatever you need, I can pay.
I say we take. If you're happy working on your birthday,
More so than happy. Overjoyed.
Should we tell them that we're stepping out, or?
This is your birthday.
I'm afraid so.
Have I got a present for you?
Fucking hell, natural 20. She gives you a look over. And why would one such as you still celebrate birthdays?
I don't. They do. Also,
Obviously she knows.
how? But I suppose not here.
Natural 20 is how.
We don't have real life. We don't have dice in the actual inside the universe.
She is very, very perceptive.
I am very covered.
She's very perceptive.
He walks like a gay. He must be very well. Could you give us the address?
She nods, and she gives the address of Green. It is a place in Greencroft, Green Avenue.
Greenhouse, Greencroft, Green Avenue.
Greencroft, Green Avenue. Can I just ask how old Nesrin was?
She was
Nesrin?
62.
62.
Oh, right.
Then how do you know that it was a murder and not a natural death? You humans don't have the longest lifespan.
Yes, but I do believe there were a few indications, a sword through the chest being one of them.
I was imagining something like that.
Okay.
Are you just standing over a corpse with a knife in the back? Are you sure it wasn't natural?
Sword.
Sorry, it was Greencroft, Green
Avenue.
Green Avenue in Greencroft.
Yeah. Okay,
Well, I
sword through
suppose
chest.
that looks like a job for us then.
Certainly sounds like it. We'll tidy up here and we'll be over in just a short while. Would that be okay?
Of course. I will prepare the scene for you, bear in mind that unfortunately the guard have already taken refuge there. However, I do not trust in their capabilities.
Why so? I mean, I understand, but I'd like to hear your side.
Simply that they do it because it is simply a job, and while you do, in fact, also make your living from it, I have seen that you also do have a passion for aiding people.
We do care. More than the normal, I'd say.
We certainly try to.
Yeah.
Certainly more than the detective currently on scene. I shall see you there.
Who's the
She walks
detective currently on scene?
She just glanced back at you. That would be Investigator Dendon. And she walks
Oh,
in.
it's that bastard Denton!
Yeah. The guy, you haven't even met him
Yeah,
yet.
I know, but I've heard all about him and his smarmy ways, thinking he's all that.
You know what's hilarious? He is actually smarmy and a git, so this is going to be funny.
I
He's already in the right frame of mind.
Smarmy bastard. Well, Lauren, do you want to go back in and tidy up, or should we,
Could you lead the conversation?
Well, like, in there?
Could you tell them first of all that we're having to vacate?
Well, if you just go, then I'll just catch up with you later. Might be a good
No,
idea.
no. I'm not going to bounce from my own party. I'll be using modern lingo.
Okay, doll.
Not going to bounce, doll.
No, it's fine. I'll be by your side. Just I don't want people to think even less of me.
Have you got all the kit that you need, by the way? Like all your stuff?
I'll rush upstairs and make sure I've got all my equipment.
Okay, cool.
I'll be back down immediately afterwards to
You
make
could
my
just
apologies.
Grab my net and my spear, could you?
Sure, where are they?
In my bedroom.
Where in your bedroom?
It's a spear and a net, Lauren. It's not like...
I know, but I don't have to dig underneath your clothes and crisp packets again.
They're like on the far wall.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll pop in and you just slip through the fog and up the stairs.
The fog's still there, is it?
Yeah, it lasts for a duration or until a wind
What
blows.
awkward party.
Yeah, and I don't think we can get much wind in our office, so...
I don't
You're
know.
going to come back and it's still going to be...
Everyone's just on the floor, passed out from asphyxiation.
So we might have to crack a window open or something just to get a
Cool, who
breeze.
did that?
So I sort of head in and I sort of say, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to Alorin's birthday. He's really enjoying himself. Unfortunately, a really important case has just come up that means we have to step out. He doesn't want to go. He loves birthdays. He thinks they're wonderful. And he said that if we're not too late back, if you guys want to come back about 7 o'clock tonight, we'll pick up where we left off.
Oh, God, you're giving us a time limit now.
Roll deception.
And he said he'd bring some ale back for us all as well.
That's good.
15... 21.
Not only do they believe it, but you overhearing this, you now accept that you have to buy ale.
Yeah, I'm just walking down with a net and spears. Oh, Lauren's going to buy everyone a fresh bottle of it. I walk down. Yes, that's right. Sorry for having to rush off, but the job takes precedence.
Is everything okay? Says Nabir nearby.
There's a detective on the scene, but apparently there has been a murder. That's been a murder.
He's already... It's not bloody Dendon, is it?
Yes.
He only got back 2 days ago. Okay.
I know, but he can't stop showing people holiday pictures.
There's me and a gorgon.
Would you like me to come with you? See if I can smooth it over with the boys.
It'd be very useful.
I'm very good at smoothing over the boys.
Double glazed stepdads.
What? Wow, that's the level of inside joke that I don't even get. That'd be entirely up to you. I'd hate to take you away from any duties or other appointments that you have, but we'd happily have you along.
Do you honestly think I'd be here if I had anything better to do?
Oh, snap.
There's cake.
That's a valid point.
Kelphis, Ziora, thank you very much for the treats. I shall hopefully see you later tonight.
Oh, okay, says Ziora. She was kind of hoping to have caught you without your mask, by the way. Which you almost did. But thanks to you.
Did.
To see your beautiful boy face.
Calphus is not... Don't worry, the cake will keep.
It's got so much sugar in it's never dying.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Okay.
So I've gathered your net and trident.
So you guys have headed off to Greencroft, Green Avenue. Have you found it on the map?
So we stepped outside.
Did we say what part of the city it was in?
Greencroft. That's the part of the
that's
city.
the part of the city. Oh, okay, here's Greencroft.
We're looking for Green Avenue, Alorin.
Green Avenue, there it is.
There you go. That's the fastest you found a mountain address.
That's because it's nice and close to me. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, so let's head off from Big Dick's detective agency.
Yeah. The boys are in town.
Yeah. Boys.
Oh, my pencil.
Sesh monsters. Okay, so we rock up onto Green Avenue. What's the weather like at the moment?
It's
Craig?
overcast.
It is currently overcast with the smell of rain on the air, so it's not yet started raining, but it will.
Good. Okay, cool.
1 second. I'm going to check something. It'll start raining in 2 hours.
Okay.
That's
Can
fine.
I do a perception check? So I know it's going to start raining. I can't tell exactly when, but soon-ish, don't I?
You don't need to. Because of the way that you are, you can smell the moisture inside the air, you can feel the heavy pressure, your body is anticipating water at this fucking point. So you can immediately tell that it's going to rain very soon.
Okay, so I just sort of say to Alorin, it seems like your birthday is a blessed day indeed.
Why?
Because... Hang on. I'm trying to find the... Hang on. Ah, Teke! Teke smiles upon this day.
Good for them.
I sort of just go, the rain.
Shall we bless them?
No, the rain is like a symbol of like...
You
he's
are
pleased.
aware of who Teke is.
That was the temple where I had to cut my finger off?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are aware because he is also part of your pantheon, remember?
Yeah, I know he's part of my
Yeah,
pantheon.
okay.
I'm just not down with him.
Yeah, he's not
Okay.
like... Yeah,
Roll
he's
to
not
see
like...
how much you know about Teke.
He's not like your big boy, like he's my big boy.
What am I rolling here? Religion.
would be, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay, I know that's 15. So would that just be the information that I've got written down here?
Yeah, that's the information you got written down there. So that you know that you don't know his culture one. You would have had to roll higher than a 15 to get your own culture.
He's known to give aid to mortal heroes, so well, it's just you, I guess. So you're getting all the aid today.
But it's rain on your birthday, Laura, so it's a good sign, is what I'm saying.
Well, actually,
Isn't that ironic though? Or is that's wedding day, isn't it?
Yeah, that's wedding day.
interestingly, he only
Linus Morrison.
interestingly he only gives aid to heroes within your pantheon. His own personal pantheon of Neon culture. He's an asshole.
So he's
That's why I'm very pleased, because it sounds like we're actually like in his good books today, like where we normally wouldn't be. So
Okay.
it's a really, really good sign. It's really lucky.
Okay.
So today it's going to be a breeze, mate. We're going to go in, and the name of the bloke what stabbed us will be written on the sword. It's going to be that easy. I'm telling you.
Okay, so you arrive, and this manor is significantly grander than what Hal Rosehorn had managed to grab.
Scrub.
He's up his mana game.
He's dead.
Yeah, they ain't doing a mana game in there, is he?
So you approach the scene, and it is already the house is a grand place that is pillars all around the side of it. It looks like it's half mansion, half fucking Greek temple in terms of the design that it's built, and the doors are wide open, and everything's taped off and all of that. The guards are inside the area. Well, not taped off. The guards are inside the area, stopping people from getting close. And you see one particular guard wearing a hat unlike any other. I mean, proper Sherlock Holmes style hat. And he is currently he's chewing a toothpick. And he just has dark eyes, and he's wearing a large trench coat, overcoat kind of thing, and he's just stereotypical here. And he just
Dirty Harry.
It was just like
tell he look immediately. This guy's an asshole.
just turn it sepia tone, just internal monologues going. I knew it was a bad day when I saw that dame again.
So it's Dirty Harry.
Nabir back, what is walking beside you, and he goes, he's wearing the bloody coat.
When you used to talk about his hat, I was thinking like they had like a system where the more important you were, the bigger
Bigger
the hat.
hat.
That's where you were going.
The cheaper police has got a hat like this big, like it's like suspended from the ceiling. He sort of slots his head underneath because his head can't support the weight of such a grand hat.
That would be amazing. I should have done that, but no.
Terry Pratchett number 2.
So, Alorin turns to Nabir and says, "So, would you like to do the talking, introductions?
I'll do my best.
We can flash our badges if it helps." That's pretty much all we can do, though.
Trust me, it won't help. He walks up to the guy and said, Dendon! He walks over. Back. He walks at the
I've not been here before.
Looks him about, and Dendon looks him up and down. What are you doing out of your rat's nest? Nabir just kind of scratched the back of his head. I'm here with some investigators. They're wanting to take over the scene. I'm sorry. You what?
I didn't say take... He's already said it.
And he looks from them to you. Take over my scene, will you?
I sort of flashed the badge. I'm like, well, we've been contracted to come and look over the crime scene.
You've been contracted? Well, la-dee-da. So that means you think you could take over an official investigation, does it?
Well, I just think we've got better results than you, so...
Okay.
I think we should
One second!
I was about to upset him even more, so...
Go ahead.
I walk up, I guess just stretching my gloves. Tell me, how long have you been here?
He's now glowering. He's fucking glaring daggers at you guys. His right hand is clenched as though he wants to hit you immediately, and goes, I have been here for the last hour. You are only just arriving.
A full hour? And what, you have no leads? You haven't caught anyone yet?
We're still surveying the scene.
In an hour?
It's a rather big house, good sir.
I think it would be best if we took over.
Or even
I think
offered
it would
extra
be
pair of
best
hands.
if you left.
No.
Nabirbak puts a hand on the guy on Dendon's chest. Look, there's not much you can do. They've been officially contracted. You know that they're allowed on the scene. You know.
Oh, wait, that's grand. I'll just slip under the thing and start walking past it.
Really? Is that a law thing? Because, as a detective, I really think he should know the laws.
I've gone.
He's gritting his teeth. If they disturb my crime scene...
If you disturb our crime scene...
Oh, I don't even putting the bricks on him now.
Good.
It's my birthday, I get to be sassy!
I get to do whatever I want.
He then turns to back to Nabir and just goes, you're gonna get it for this. Get the fuck out of here. And pokes his chest and he goes, you guys can be here. Unfortunately, I have to listen. And he walks off.
Ta for now, Nabir. I'll see you at 7.
See you at 7. And Dendon just turns to you guys. I'll be keeping an eye. And he follows you.
No, it's fine. Take a seat, have
I
a drink. It's what you're used to, isn't it?
Have I got the party blower still? Just to ease the tension and the party hat still on.
Yeah, you're still wearing the party hat. There you
I
go.
wish I'd taken a bit of cake with me. I would have offered it to him.
He's glaring at you with his hands inside his pockets as he walks with you guys.
Is he leading us to the crime scene?
No. He's not offering you any fucking help. He's just letting you walk into the house.
Is Anriella here?
Anriella is the moment you walk into the house, you enter into the foyer. And the foyer, and she's in there.
Okay.
She's currently talking to one of the other guards on one of the other guards. And she's kind of scolding him for a moment. I think that you will find that the contents of that drawer are not pertinent to this investigation. Put it back. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Is she within earshot of us?
You can hear her.
Would she be able to hear us if we were to discuss?
If you wanted to.
If I didn't want
If you wanted
her
her to hear, then you would be able to. But if you didn't want her to hear, then you might be able to pass a stealth check.
What about Dendon?
I'll leave it.
Dendon is unfortunately quite close.
Well, no, I wouldn't care about him hearing.
Okay,
because even though he's an arsehole, he still wants to get this case solved.
I cast a cantrip message just to tell Alorin that it might be worth trying to get a look inside that drawer a bit later on, which is like a psychic thing that I can put into his mind.
With that, I'll just nod.
Yeah.
The
So I'm
guard, the
saying-
guard puts whatever it was back inside the drawer and closes
I
it.
suppose there wasn't really a way we would have been able to see what it was.
No,
Okay, that's fine. Are we able to make... I'll make a mental note of which drawer it was for later
Okay,
use.
this is the general. This is the layouts that you're looking at. So the foyer has a left and right corridors that go that way, and there's actually a chest of drawers that is right there that he was in front of. That's why you couldn't see. So
Okay.
his body was blocking it as he was putting things back inside the drawer. The moment you guys enter, your footsteps alert Anriela, and she turns to you. Thank God. Well, thank the gods, I should say. And she approaches. Mr. Dendon, your services are no longer required. I am not employed by you, madame. I am here on behalf of the City Watch. It is these investigators that are no longer required. Why did you hire them? Because they have shown excellent results, good sir. And I believe after the last hour of having to deal with your guards pittering about the place and obviously having no clue what they're doing, I'd rather land on their expertise that they have already proven themselves.
That's where they go wrong. They pitter, we skulk.
I assure you that is entirely unneeded. It was obviously a theft job, and we will catch the culprit. I would still rather have their aid, rather than jumping to conclusions. And she turns to you. Thank you for coming.
A pleasure.
Allow me to lead you. And she leads you down the left-hand side, and the left-hand side goes a little bit further, turns right, and there's a large staircase that goes up. So you go up onto the second floor, and she leads you into the up to the door that's on the far end of the corridor, which happens to be the master bedroom. She takes you inside there, and there on the bed is the woman, unfortunately dead, with an obvious big gaping wound in her chest where she was stabbed. There is no sword in sight, but there's a lot of blood.
Tell me, have you noticed the guards take anything from the crime scene?
I've been doing my best to make sure that they don't.
Well, thank you for your efforts. I suppose there wasn't a sword present when you found her.
Unfortunately not. It was a family heirloom, and it seems to have been taken.
You reckon that the sword that was stolen was the one used to kill her?
She looks down at the body at the wound and looks back to you. Most likely.
Okay, I will investigate the wound as I ask her if she knows what was this sword, if she could describe it to me.
The sword is rather an ancient sword. It is known to be the sword of the Fell Knight, I'm afraid. Roll
I was saying, can I roll history?
history with
I
disadvantage.
I doubt
both
I know
of
what
you.
it is, but I'll roll anyway to see if it's kind of got to the bottom of the sea somehow. So what number's that, Nathan? That's a what?
That's a 2.
That's a 2. So it'll probably be a 2 if I roll. Yeah, so I got a 2.
You have no fucking clue who the Fell Knight was.
3.
Okay,
Yes,
bear
it's
with me.
3 is what I've got.
12... 19, what was it, history?
Yeah.
So the highest I got was 15.
You have kinda heard their name. Legendary figure of the city, kinda some kind of big shot guy. You didn't know that his sword was particularly special.
I will roll a medical check on the wound, see if there's any other information I can glean from it.
By all means.
Okay, that's not very good. That's only a 13.
Roll with advantage.
Okay.
For a particular reason.
That's even worse, no, 13.
You are looking over and the wound certainly seems to match that of a double-edged sword, unfortunately. So this
I've
is
heard bad
likely,
things about them.
this is likely a great sword of some kind. The wound is deep and it obviously went through one end and out of the other. As you are looking around, something catches your eye to the right of the bed.
Just mine or his as well?
Just yours. Oh no, wait, you haven't rolled investigation. You roll investigation.
What I was going to say about this sword, it's a great sword, right?
Yes.
So can I ask Anne, so I'm going to call her, is it going to be quite heavy? Is it quite a heavy sword?
It's a great sword.
It's a great sword. So it's quite big, right?
It is imbued in a manner in which it is not heavy.
Okay, so
magic.
You see what I was trying to do? Trying to figure out the size of the assailant based on how heavy the weapon was.
I'll put magically light.
At least that is to my understanding. I've only ever seen it in its case. I've never obviously held it myself.
You might have to show us where that case is soon.
The case is, you can actually see the case. It's on the wall and open.
Okay.
I'm gonna check that shiny thing, because I'm a magpie now. Investigation. That is 25.
Speaking of magpies, it's a feather, but it's not of a magpie, and you can immediately tell that it is of a raven, specifically an Eldarin raven.
Ooh.
An incredibly smart, very particular on the kind of food that it eats and the kind of living conditions it requires. It requires special feed that can only be sold in certain specialized pet stores, and you're aware of all of this. You know of them. I would say that
I wanted one as a boy.
Yeah, actually, yeah. As an elf, you know of them, and
elf.
let's say you knew people in the past that had one, and this one is it's a black feather of one.
Interesting.
And was there any signs of forced entry when we came in? Like, how did the murderer get in?
No signs of forced entry. I believe it was a guest.
Okay.
Quite frankly, I'm rather disturbed at the similarities between Hal's case.
Okay, can I have a look at the windowsill? Like, what's on the other side? Like, just a sheer drop on the other side?
Yes, it is.
And, like, on the windowsill, can I roll a check to see if there's any, like, disturbed dust or anything like that? See if... I just want to eliminate the window, so...
Eliminate. Pow, pow.
What's that? 8. Investigation... that's a 9.
There's no fucking dust on that windowsill. You can't tell shit.
So it's like just
very well kept.
Okay. I'm going to be looking at the case where the sword was kept. Was there a lock on it? Was it smashed open?
A lock of unusual shape. Roll.
That's not great. I don't recognise it too much. It's only a 10.
Or would you like to check out the case?
So can I say, may I? And then I'll sort of like take the lock.
It's kind of a hexagonal kind of lock. You don't know why, as though something slots in.
Like a key?
18. Investigation? 19.
You can tell that this lock required this was a very intricate mechanical lock that either would have taken a huge amount of luck or skill to pick into, or someone had to have had the specific tool needed to open it. This is not opened with a standard key.
Question, would a skeleton key work?
No, because there's no actual keyhole.
Oh.
Okay, so I say to Anne, what sort of device opens this strange lock?
It is a pentagonal key, a pentagonal key that alters itself every hour.
So a key would be needed.
Yes, it was actually a similar kind of lock that inspired Hal when it came to the lock for when he ordered the creation of the case that held the medallion that his wife held. Which is why hers also changed every 12 hours. So this one would require either an incredibly skilled thief, or someone knew where this key was hidden inside the house, or they had access to it.
Would you have known where this key would have been kept?
No, it was information that was not privy to me.
Who knew?
To be honest, I wouldn't know.
Okay, just to double check, on that previous statement of her not knowing where the key was, I'm going to just double check her with just make sure she's not lying. Insight 18.
As always with her, she is being completely blunt and truthful. It's as though the woman just doesn't bother with the concept of lying.
Okay, that's fine by me.
So, with this feather, Alorin, do you know if this feather has any like kind of cultural significance, or, for example, like, would you lay one at the sort of the scene of a crime that you'd committed to tell people it was you, or
would I need to roll, or
You rolled over a 20 when it came to your understanding of what this feathers and what the creature is.
So no is the answer.
No is the answer.
No, nothing like that. Did Nesrin Rosehorn have an Eldrin Raven? Eldarin Raven?
Eldarin.
Eldarin.
No, not to my understanding, no.
Was any of the people that were in the house, did they have
She
one?
lived alone, unfortunately. The passing of her husband was some 12 years ago.
No guests, friends over?
Not that I am aware of. I arrived to help her with her usual back problems several hours ago, and unfortunately she'd already been dead by that point.
When was the last time you saw her alive?
That was last Tuesday when I last arrived.
That's
Not
what
Tuesday, sorry, Wednesday. Don't know why I said Tuesday.
Tuesday?
That's
What is
Wednesday.
this alien day?
Wow, so you didn't visit too often then?
No, I visited at least once a week to help administer the poultices.
So she got by on her own for most of the time?
Yes, to my understanding. She had some guests over and was quite sociable, but while she was quite sociable with her guests, majority of the time she did enjoy her personal time.
Okay, I'm okay to run another medical check to see if I can tell how long she has been dead, or am I going to rely on my previous medical check?
Go for it.
Yeah, just sort of like manipulate the fingers, see what the ring.
Once again, I will give you advantage because you'll be able to smell rot and things of the like.
Ooh, okay. Medicine, that's a 26.
Okay, you can tell that she had obviously died around 2 hours before Enriella even got there.
So, okay.
But you also notice something else. There's a smell of somebody else's blood.
Interesting. 2 hours before discovery.
Mm-hmm. You can smell blood that does not belong to the victim. And there's something about the scent.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, so I
Roll a survival check.
Shit. Ooh, okay, that's good. Survival, that's a modified 20.
You think you can track this.
How? I'm not going to taste it.
You can the scent of their blood is very, very strong in terms of it's not that it just smells like blood. It smells
It's
like
potent.
the person. You can tell that the
Nice,
smell.
okay.
The smell is not of the woman in front of you. You can tell that likely. What it was is from the way that the wound is and how much blood it is. It feels like they were cut on an area that might have been sweating at the time, so you're getting a good scent of that individual.
Okay, that sweet musk. Is it just
Not put it that way, but yeah.
Is it just us three in the room?
It's just it's you three in the room, but Dendon is nearby, and he's looking at you.
Okay, he can see me then.
Yeah, he's looking at you as your nose is twitching.
I've got a mask on! Is my
Don't worry, he rolled a 2.
Okay.
Yeah, like the plague hunter bits, like all moving about.
He's just sighing. It was obviously a theft job. They wanted the sword. It was obviously a trained thief, otherwise they couldn't have got inside the cage. And they used the sword to kill the individual when they likely walked in on them. And then they escaped. It's not that hard. The sword is gone. It was valuable. They used it to kill the person. All we need to do is find the person. It's not exactly going to be easy for them to sell. When they try to sell it, we will hear word of it, and we will be able to find them.
Well, it sounds like you got everything sewn up. So why didn't you go back to the office and have some more donuts? You pudgy little son of a bitch.
A, C, A, B, all cops are bastards.
Okay, you did not clarify whether or not you were speaking in character or out of character for the end of that part, so I'm going to claim that you just called him a pudgy little bitch in world.
I've heard Alorin
You
say
should watch your bloody words.
I'm sorry, I'm a bad influence on him.
I've heard Alorin say it.
He approaches you with heavy footsteps. He's taller than you, by the way. You're a tall guy. He's taller than you. He's about 7 foot.
Can I attempt to defuse the situation?
Interestingly, despite him being about 7 foot and looking out down at you with angry eyes, you're not fucking intimidated in the slightest by this fucker.
I just sort of
You're on the 4 in intimidation.
Okay.
I turn around and I sort of like kneel back down by the side of the corpse and just sort of like take in the corpse's clothes. Is there anything? I'm just cracking on. I'm just letting him do his.
What are you doing with him?
But while I hear that going on, I turn around and I say, "Cyreus, we've had our fun, but please, there is a person who has died. We do need to attempt to keep ourselves calm and heads clear, and possibly work together to get this. But I have found something interesting. I take out one of my scalpels and I just coat the blood that I found in it. This is not the blood of the victim.
Considering that the blood that you found was literally it was it was actually on the victim. So you just scooped up a random piece of blood on the victim that's covered in blood and claimed that it was not the victim's.
I'm gonna Dexter this shit. Hang on.
He looks at you and just goes, and you're basing this miraculous hypothesis on what exactly?
Well, detective, just look at the entry and exit
Outry.
wound. Outry. The entry and the exit wound of the stabbing. How would there be blood on this side of the clothing?
There is a little bit of blood as it seeped out there.
There isn't.
No. This is good. Basically, here's what it is. It was obviously stabbed in there, and blood did seep out there, and there is a large blood. The blood that you got is from down there, and it's a droplet, so as though something dripped onto it.
It's clear that blood was splashed on rather than seeped out from the inside, like the rest of the blood splatter is. It appears that quite possibly good Lady Nesrin fought back.
Roll persuasion. Roll deception.
Deception?
You're lying about how you know.
True. I'm using applied logic.
You are, which is why you're also going to roll persuasion.
That was the deception, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that is a 12.
One second. He doesn't believe you.
I'm going to persist anyway.
Roll persuasion.
Damn it! That is a 10.
He don't believe you. He just approaches you. Do you think I'm a fucking idiot? Anybody can tell that is obviously from when the sword was initially pulled out of the body and the blood dripped from the sword over the body.
I'm going to jump in. You might be right, you might be wrong. It's not going to hurt us to follow this logic through, and then when it hits a dead end, we just come back and try something else.
And what kind of path could this possibly lead? Unless you have some kind of way of tracking the blood. And if so, please do tell.
Well, I mean, we could just... Okay, well, let's look... We've got a particular pattern of the blood, right? So why don't we just follow the droplets from there? If it wasn't what we think it is, there'll be no more droplets, right? So why don't you go in the hallway and look for blood droplets? We'll finish up in here and we'll join you out there.
Roll persuasion.
I was more going to...
What's that?
That's a 16 on the die.
16...
I was more going to say something to the degree of, you'd be surprised how far the scientists have come being able to track people through their blood.
22 I got.
You rolled a 19, so you're lucky with your modifiers.
We may all bleed red, but blood is very unique. It's like a fingerprint.
He looks at you both. Suppose it couldn't hurt. And while you faff about with this particular line of inquiry, I'll be doing my job. And he walks out into the thing and actually follows your advice and starts looking around for the blood droplets.
Out of game and out of character.
Second?
Okay, he's announced out of character. For the tape, he's announced out of character for once.
Okay.
I was just going to sort of say, finally, he's actually going to do some fucking detective work and get out of my fucking way.
Out of character, thank fuck for that.
So, okay, I'm going to kind of lay down on the floor and look underneath the bed.
Just cry.
Is there anything of note underneath the bed?
Yes, you find a box.
It's a good thing I laid on the floor from the bed. The box. Okay, so I carefully retrieve the box out from underneath the bed.
It is locked.
Okay, is it a magic lock? Can I test the lock?
Yes, standard lock.
Standard lock, okay. I ask Anne, did she know about the box? And if she does she know any way of where the key is? How can we get in this box?
I'm afraid, since I was only here to deliver poultices and things of the like and help her with her back, I am unaware of where most of the things are inside this building.
Okay. I've not really got any lock picking tools.
No, neither do I. I was looking for that.
Okay.
You can't just force the lock if you want to try.
It's not
Hey,
magic.
Annie, what's over there? Smash.
It's not magic.
It's open.
I guess we could give it a go.
Okay, tell me, does Lady Rosehorn have people she's willing? Does she have a will that she's leaving these items to?
I believe so.
Okay, we should break it then, just in case. But we will try to
I do
find a
not
way.
know if these items are particularly within the will, but I do know that she does have one. In fact, the lawyer will be arriving in an hour.
Interesting. We might want to have a conversation with him about
Where
the
the
contents.
wealth was going to go.
Because it's just a theory at the moment, but I feel like the victim may have known the perpetrator. That was the word I was trying to think
It
of.
would make sense, but there's no forced entry that we found so far.
No forced entry. It appears that she fought back. So
But anyone would fight back if still going to get stabbed. So
I know.
Doesn't matter if you know the person. If the person in front of you is wielding a giant great sword,
okay, so
it's difficult to stealth.
Hold on, we don't know him. He might be coming up with something interesting here.
how is she laid flat on her back?
Yes.
Okay, so gently, I kind of want to half roll her over, and just sort of lift whatever clothes and have a look at, because she says she's got a bad back, right?
Yes.
So I want to have a quick look at the back to make sure that checks out.
Roll a medical check.
That's a 4 on the die.
You can't tell. 8.
So I can't tell. So it just looks like a normal
While that's
old
going
lady
on,
back.
I'll sort of.
Roll an investigation check.
On the back. What are you doing, Blake? I'm investigating this old lady's back.
16 on the die.
Investigation is a 1, I believe. Yeah, so 17.
You
Yeah.
notice there's something about the wound on this side. It looks slightly burned, as though the blade, as it exited, had grown hot.
Interesting.
Okay, not knowing anything about this sword, that could be perfectly normal, so potentially hot. Okay, my spear is magic, but I don't believe I'm aware of the way in which it was imbued, if you get what I mean. Like, I don't understand what spell made it magic.
Roll an Arcana check to see how much you understand about your own spear.
Ooh, 17 on the die.
18.
This spear was actually originally made using the stones that you are looking for, one of them in particular. Your brother wielded its magic to in imbuement to imbue it with the elements of the ocean. He took fire from the underwater volcanoes, the water obviously from around him, fucking anywhere. Anywhere, and lightning he summoned by going to the surface and summoning a bolt of lightning to it.
Your
He
brother's
used
4.
My brother's a fucking badass, Nathan. I hope you get to meet him one day.
His brother is not only the leader of let's just say they're also an incredibly powerful storm sorcerer.
He's
Ooh,
badass.
look at me and my big tits.
So if this dead bloke is getting on with me, I'll get my big brother.
I'm not going to say anything more than that.
My big brother's
because
going to beat you up.
I can't remember. Did you actually tell him about your history yet?
No.
Not too
Okay.
much.
Good.
Like, he knows I'm after the stones, but he knows the stones can stop the plague.
But that's the working theory, yeah.
But I don't think after that he knows too much about,
I
like...
can't remember. I can't remember if you told him.
I think I might have told him. Do you know what sort of position I hold under the sea?
No.
Okay, in that case, no. Obviously, he didn't. You weren't told.
Okay, so with his knowledge of the stones...
Here's a backflash of him being told and us completely forgetting.
My pee-pee stings.
I'm smart!
With the knowledge of the stones, okay, so the stone we already have isn't the stone that does this imbuing, right? I know that much.
Yes, you know that it is a different one.
Okay,
Each one handles different things, if you remember.
Okay, cool. So in that case, knowing what I know about the stones and the spear, do I know whether this wound is indicative of what a weapon imbued by the stone would do? If you get what I mean. Can I logically...
Roll an Arcana check.
Yeah, so can I logically know, okay, well, spear does this, sword does this, therefore it's made by the same magics, so to speak.
13 on the die.
14.
With a 14, you can't answer that definitively. Yes, it's possible for something to be imbued with fire to be able to do this, but you can't tell whether it was because there's many ways to imbue something.
I was about to say, yeah, there's so many. I'd imagine there's other alternate ways of doing it anyway.
There's alchemical ways without even the use of any magic, and there's sorcerer ways, there's warlock ways, there's lots of ways, there's divine ways.
So I say to Anne,
Why are you just staring at the camera in a weird
Not
way?
saying anything, so I feel like I've got to do something.
So I say to Anne, I've kind of got my finger on the wound, like on the kind of edge of the wound. I say to Anne, the old lady's wound. I say to Anne, the wound at the back here has some scorching around the edge. This sword, it was magically light, but Could it magically get hot and produce fire?
I believe that might have been one of its abilities, yes. But to my understanding, no one has been able to... Part of the legend is that it could in fact wreath itself in flame, but to my understanding, nobody had managed to make it do so since the Fell Night. I believe that one needed something of an affinity to fire.
Okay.
No one quite knows how the Fell Knight wreathed it in flame. In fact, because of the inability to duplicate the effect, the veracity of this thing actually being the Fell Knight's sword has been called into question over the years, but the family does remain stalwart in their claim.
Okay, so we're looking for someone potentially that is a lot more dangerous than we thought. Not somebody who, like Dendon thinks, is just a common thief. So I'd agree with him that the sword was indeed what they were looking for, but if they were that good a thief, then they could have got out there to kill the old lady. This one's got more twists than a sea serpent's tail. I'm doing fish things now when I sort of say detective
Fish
stuff.
countryisms.
Yeah.
This one's got more twists.
You don't talk like that!
This tail's got more twists than a pair of underpants on a humid day.
Oh, Nathan, just a quick joke for you. Why do you not wear Russian Y fronts?
I don't know. Why do you not wear Russian Y fronts?
Because Chernobyl fall out. So I lay the old lady back on her back.
Just straight back into it.
Don't throw me off, mate. And I say to Alorin,
I'm listening.
I think the best thing we can do is follow this blood trail theory that you have.
Yeah, I agree. As we're all friends here now, I'll hoist up the mask slightly and bring up the scalpel of blood to my nose. And inhale.
Roll survival.
Okay. Not as good. That's a 9.
Okay, so you can still track it. You realise that the individual... They left by the fucking front door. That you track that out of the room, you track it down the stairs and out the front door, and unfortunately, it had rained the previous night, which had made the ground a little bit wet. And while it has not rained since the murder, there is... you can still smell it, but to be able to track it with only that 9, if you try to track it from now on, you will get disadvantage.
That's fair enough. I suppose following the scent down, we don't find any more blood trails on the floor.
Just as slight droplets here and there, and that is what you are tracking.
Okay. Just to try to
It was
save
easier
face.
in the house where there was less sense.
Just to try to save face, I'll sort of point to these blood spots as I see them on the way down. It appears that the culprit fled through the front door.
Make sure Dendon knows that.
Oh yeah, no, I was trying to.
Aiming that at
Oh, would you look at this?
I was right.
1 second. In the time it took you to get from your house to here, to dealing with Dendon, to doing all of this investigation and looking around, because we obviously do speed through things from the actual meticulous of looking over stuff, almost 2 hours have passed. It looks like it's about to rain. You are aware that if it starts to rain, you are going to lose that scent.
When was the lawyer supposed to arrive? He was supposed to arrive now.
He will be arriving very soon.
Okay, so...
He will be arriving within the next 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll say to Cyreus. Can I trust you to lead the investigation for a little while? I'm going to try to follow this.
Of course.
Okay.
Do you have any particular questions you want to ask the lawyer? It's mainly the will stuff that we're after, right?
Yes. Find out if there was anything particular, anything that stands out in the will that, like a specific item that's bequeathed to a specific individual, that sort of thing.
Okay, can do. Have you took the? Can I have the feather as well, just in case that comes up? I need to ask him about that.
Oh, certainly.
Cool, thank you. Cheers. Okay, so I've got the feather, and I've got the wheel, and I've got the box as well. So, okay, let's split up and look for clues.
Okay. So, Nate, roll survival with disadvantage to see if you can pick up which way.
Okay.
And as he's sort of leaving, I look out the window, and I see that it's about to rain any time soon, and I sort of think to myself, oh, that's a really good sign, Alorin.
Yeah, oh, that's a great sign,
Alorin's going to crack this. We're definitely moving in the right direction. It's definitely in the blood trail that we need to follow.
So I'm not going to try as hard on the investigator then, because I know you've got this.
Okay. Was this investigation or survival?
This was survival.
That's not as nice on me, but okay. I'm going to cost.
If you fail a survival check, I will allow you to roll an investigation check to find a new droplet of blood so that you can gain another survival check. If you find a new droplet of blood, you can then use another survival check to try and track the direction for the next droplet.
Okay, well, or alternatively, I'm going to sacrifice a vampire point and add. Actually, I'm going to sacrifice 2 vampire points so I can add 4 onto my skill check. That bumps up to a 14.
You are able to tell. They individual.
Let's just move the boys.
The individual started heading inside this direction.
Southwards.
Yes.
Okay, right. Do I need to keep rolling survival?
You start heading inside that direction, and you're able to find the next couple of drops, and you're able to follow the individual scent as you're walking in. Unfortunately, the area that you're ending in is known as Holly, and Holly is quite.
Oh fuck! It's close to the church.
Yeah. It's because it being close to the church, it is very well travelled. There's a lot of sense about. Roll survival.
Disadvantage again?
Disadvantage still.
Come on, Drinky and Stinky can do this.
You didn't choose that name.
Okay, first of all, if I cost another vampire point, can I? One of them is I can gain advantage. So if I do that, would I remove the disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay.
How many vampire points do you have left?
4. Okay, that's better. That's an 18.
Ooh, with an 18, you can track immediately that whoever it is went directly into Holly. So you step inside there, and you notice that he is heading towards the area known as Green Street.
Where all the football hooligans live.
That's a Holly's circle. Oh, Holly's down up Green Street there.
Yes.
Okay.
So you head all the way through here, and you start heading into here, which is the main industrial area of Holly. It's also the slightly poorer actually the much poorer section. But
compared to there, still rich.
These are middle class. So compared to these rich people, they're poor. So you start heading into there, but unfortunately, Green Street is particularly long, and it then starts to rain.
Interesting. Do I see? Are there like any merchants on this street? Or
yes, there are. This entire street is full of merchants.
Oh, I mean, are people standing on the actual street itself outside?
Yes.
Okay.
This is one of the main entryways into the city, as you can tell from the entry point, which is the.
Green Street was.
Yes, it is, but you had to cross over this road.
Yeah.
And these are all shops.
Okay. I suppose I'll find I'll find the nearest like safe-looking person I can find.
Okay. So you see a half-elvish individual that seems to be running a local street stall that is selling fabrics and things of the like.
Okay. Good afternoon, my sir.
Yeah, good afternoon! Well, actually, is it afternoon? I've lost track of the time, I'm afraid.
The sun's gone in, I could hardly tell.
I knew.
I have a quick question for you. I'm from a detective agency. I show my badge.
Oh, not many of them are about. How can I help?
Just an odd question. Did you happen to see anyone walking around with quite a large, very ornate-looking sword?
That I did, good sir. He went right that way, and he points right towards Green Street.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time. I hand them a gold coin.
Oh, much obliged.
Okay, I continue heading down Green Street then.
Much obliged to you, laddie.
Okay, let's move over to you.
Let's switch back.
Okay, so can I just roll a quick check?
Sorry, meanwhile, Alorin's just standing in the middle of the street. I'm going after a gentleman with a very large sword, and I've got no one with me.
I'm back like with all my weaponry, just sort of armed to the fucking teeth. Just
Look at how many knives I can juggle.
just having like tea with a lawyer. Alright. Okay, can I roll a quick check? Basically just to scout the top floor of the building and see if there's anything that sticks out before the lawyer arrives that might be useful and pertinent to the questioning I'm going to do.
Considering that you're trying to do this with a hurry, investigation with disadvantage, I'm afraid.
7, 8, 3.
You don't find anything, I'm afraid.
Okay, cool. So I've just got the box, the feather. Okay, excellent. So I'm going to go down. It's like, I guess it's like a drawing room, like a meeting room or something, and I'll wait in there for the lawyer.
The lawyer walks in, gets all the papers and individual stuff that he needs, and then he is told that someone is waiting to speak to him. He goes over to the drawing room and opens it. It is a drow. Interesting profession for a drow to go into. He has dark blue eye, entire irises and all that, and the dark skin, and he is particularly posh in the way that he looks.
So he's well dressed.
He looks over at you. Oh, might I help you?
Oh yes, please. I am from a detective agency called Big Dicks, and I show him my detective
Big
badge.
Dick.
So would you like to take a seat? I've just got a couple of questions. I'm investigating the murder of the lady of the house, and I just wondered if you could help me out with just clarifying a few details that we're struggling with.
I'll do my best, but do understand I will pertain to the confidentiality agreements with me and my client.
Of course. And I offer my hand and say, "Oh, I'm Cyreus, and you are."
I am Mr. Burke of Wilson and Burke. And he sits down.
Okay.
What might I ask is, can I help you with? What can I help you with?
Okay. Well, first things first. The case that had the sword inside has a very particular special lock, and we just wondered if you knew of anyone other than the lady of the house that might know where it was to help us narrow down the list of suspects.
I know exactly who would know, in fact.
And who might that be?
Oh, that would be Cindy.
Is that the C or an
S with an S.
Sindy?
Just I.
I. Okay. And who is that, may I ask?
That would be a good friend of hers. If she died without being able to bequeath the sword herself, she insisted that Cindy would know where the key was so that it could actually be opened.
Okay.
Because otherwise no one would be able to get a hold of the damn thing.
And then obviously, okay, so
Cindy is, I will say, not the beneficiary of the sword, simply the one to go to find out how to open the case.
Okay, and where might I find her?
Oh, she lives a few doors down.
Oh, fantastic! That's great. So I make a note of where.
Not
that is.
Green Street. though.
Interestingly enough, 3 doors down. Like the song.
That's a band, isn't it?
At the band. Shut up.
I get it. It's a reference.
It wasn't meant to
Ladies
be.
and gentlemen, reference of the day. Can put confetti there, please, Craig.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not putting confetti.
So, that's fantastic. Thank you. And that just brings me on quite nicely to the next thing I wanted to ask. Without breaking, obviously, client-lawyer confidentiality, who would benefit the most from the lady of the house dying or being murdered?
Unfortunately, that would break it. I'm afraid that if you want to have said information, you will need to inquire via a formal appointment with my lawyer, with your lawyer.
Do I look formal?
Okay, that's fantastic. So, can I have like a business card so we can arrange that at some point?
Of course, he offers you a business card with an address.
Okay, so I take that. So I've got a business card. Okay, business card. Okay, so you can't tell me who it is, but the person that would benefit from getting the will, do you think they would be capable of something like this, in your personal opinion?
That is a difficult say. I do not make it a point of my profession to have too many personal acquaintances with those that I have dealings with. It makes their passing quite difficult, which makes my job quite difficult. I was, however, employed with her for the last 30 years. That being said, I have met many of the family. One of them is particularly, let's say, gruff, but otherwise, no, I would say. I do not believe any of them particularly capable of murder.
Would you, if you had to point the finger in any particular direction, It may not
I'm
necessarily be
afraid
a
I
member of the
couldn't
family,
even hazard a guess.
couldn't even hazard a guess.
No.
Just a bit more info about this sword. Did you know? Do you know quite a lot about it?
I was told that it was some family and apparently something to do with the Fell Knights. Not that I believe that kind of thing, but it wasn't my job to believe. It was my job to bequeath.
Kind of value in the bequeath. Yeah.
That being said, it has been valued at 15,000 gold.
Okay, so very, very valuable then. So it would be very. Someone would have quite a lot of motivation to steal it.
Bear in mind, it has been valued at only 15,000 gold simply and solely because its legitimacy is unverified. Were it proven to be that of the Fell Knight sword, its value would in fact, well, you'd add several more zeros onto that.
So if someone could prove that it was indeed the right sword, they would stand to make quite a bit of money on it.
Allow me to say this simply: if it was proven to be the correct sword, there is no price that you could put on it. There is none that would be considered too high. You would be approaching the several million, I'm afraid.
And I'm assuming that if they couldn't get rid of it legitimately, there's always sort of the thief lords and the dark alleys they could turn to try and sell such an item.
I would not know. That is not the area, or that is not within my purview.
On that, my dear, I couldn't possibly comment.
So, other than from what you've heard about the sword, we suspect that if someone could utilise it in the manner in which it was imbued, it would like have like a fire effect. Do you know of any other suspected magical qualities of the sword, other than that and it being incredibly light?
I'm afraid the lore of the sword is not my forte. I recommend asking someone that's a bit more in the know of that sort of thing.
We would, but she's dead.
You have an entire selection of contacts.
Oh, and one last thing. We found. My wife loves you. We found this feather. I believe.
What? I'll balance myself.
I believe from what I've been told by a colleague of mine that it's the feather of an Aldaran raven.
He looks it over. Yes, that's most certainly an Aldaran raven. You can tell via the slight flecks of silver before it goes into the black.
Are you quite knowledgeable of Aldaran ravens then?
I am a drow.
What's my name again?
Dark elf.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
That's not metagaming, that's just reminded.
Roll history.
Okay. Dark elf, isn't it?
Light elf, innit?
You have no
4.
idea. So you're kind of just looking at him confused as to why that would be...
What significance is that?
He sighs. The homeland of the Eldarin Raven is actually neighbouring to the island in which the drow come from.
Oh, no way, get out of here.
Get out of town! What a small world!
The Eldarin Raven often come from, often migrate through our lands. They had a different name for a while by us, but they were very rapidly adopted by the Eldarin elves, and the name stuck, I'm afraid.
They were called Tasty before.
These Aldaran Raven, are they quite rare in this part of the world?
Not so much rare. They're actually quite the prized pets, so you'll find a few families with them, but expensive, most certainly.
And did the lady of the house have one?
Not to my understanding, no. Certainly not one that's in her will.
Well, we found this feather by the lady of the house's body, and we just can't quite figure out how it got there.
I do not think that she would be capable. I'm afraid they require a lot of maintenance, and she was getting quite on in her age. She had several difficult medical issues, which is the reason that she had her will fully written up in the first place. She was, unfortunately, approaching negative parts of her life due to said conditions.
And her friend Cindy, does she keep an Aldaran Raven?
I would not know, I'm afraid.
Okay, I'll have to ask her that. I think that's everything. Thank you ever so much for your time. I'll meet you again and we'll sort of get this will thing legitimised and sorted out.
Of course, as I said, have your lawyer contact me.
Okay.
And he stands up and he goes.
I shake his hand and I thank him for his time. As soon as he's gone,
It's a firm grip.
I'm going to bolt it upstairs and using the butt of my spear, I'm going to smash that box open.
Really?
Yeah. I want to smash it back off the box.
Okay, roll strength.
What's that?
That's a 5.
Is it, what is it? Does it go...
Just a base strength, no saving, just...
So 7.
Doesn't open.
Okay. I sort of kneel down and have a good old squint at it and sort of a look at it. What What can I do? I can't really do anything other than try and smashy it. Oh, wait just one cotton picking second, ladies and gentlemen.
While
Please.
you're researching,
Magic.
shall we go back to me for a second?
Yes.
Okay. First thing I want to investigate: are there any pet shops nearby?
No.
There's the Pet Shop Boys nearby.
Damn. Okay, I was kind of hoping for that. Okay, so what sort of street am I on now?
One side of the
Green
street. One side of the street is shops. The other side is residential, because of the kind of street that you're currently in. Majority of the shops, however, are interspaced with warehouses, and the ones on the right side are standard middle-class homes, significantly better than you're used to on the in the northern quarter, but not the grandiosity of that you've seen from the rich folk.
Okay. So these warehouses, what sort of businesses are they trading in?
Majority of them seem to be connected directly to the shops that are right next to them. However, several of them are labelled appropriate to certain different companies. You would need to roll a history check to recognise any particular companies. That's a no, I'm assuming.
That's a 1.
You don't know a single...
I'm blind! Wait, Nike?
Adidas?
Or shite house. I've kind of exhausted all of my efforts.
And
Okay.
this is a long street. In terms of the residential lots, there are over 30 houses. Suppose you could go door to door.
I have a plan that's going to make my character look a bit of a fool.
Oh god, okay.
Okay, because I rolled so high with the Elegant Ravens earlier,
Okay.
would I know what their core sounds like?
So I sort of checked out for a second of this conversation. I just checked back in on the
with
obvious
advantage, but you're only getting advantage because of the roll that you got earlier.
Okay, that's an 18 off the bat. Okay, so 21.
Yes, you do. Are you going to try and mimic it?
Yes.
Roll a performance.
Are you sure?
Why are you calling?
Yes, you have to roll. Just because you know what it sounds like doesn't mean you can do it. I know what some bird sounds like. I can't bloody mimic their calls.
I am sacrificing another vampire point to get advantage.
Go for it.
Performance. Okay, first roll is only an 11. Okay, best I did was 17.
Is that with your modifier?
That's with the modifier. So I look around, just forgive me.
What are you doing? What are you doing that for? Could you just, if you recognise the call, can you just listen out for the call and follow your ears?
No, I'm trying to attract it.
I am afraid you hear nothing.
I just get some funny looks.
Yeah.
Just go about 10 feet down the road and do it again.
I'm sorry, my raven's gone missing. I'm just trying to. Sorry.
So you're going to just keep doing it?
No, I'm not going to keep doing it.
Because you'd have to roll performance every time.
The thing is, I don't want to lean too heavily on. Okay, so what do I see? Roll, but I'm gonna ask for a little help and just say, can I roll an investigation to see if there's any clues to
Go for it.
suggest where I might want to look.
No
next.
advantage or disadvantage, just straight.
Okay, investigation. With that, because I believe I actually get I can roll a d4 on investigations and get that added on. I keep forgetting I can do that. It's already a decent roll, but okay. So 17 investigation. Okay, so that's 23.
With a 23, you notice that as the rain is washing things away, you notice something. As the small trickle of the rain goes towards a drain, you notice a scrap of cloth that's running inside the water, slowly going towards the drain, about to be lost, but you can tell that cloth is covered in blood.
I run to grab it.
Don't fuck this up, Nathan.
Okay, what do you want from me?
Dexterity.
What do you want from me?
Saving throw.
14.
Saving throw?
Yes.
You grab it.
Okay.
You can immediately tell with the scent it is his. It is who you are looking for, or them.
Can I
Check
tell
the
it-
name tags.
Can I tell? I was going to say, can I tell anything from the fabric?
It's a bandage. However, by the way, roll another investigation check.
Investigation. Okay.
Of this.
Ooh, that's not great. That's just a 12.
Okay. What was that second roll?
That was my default for investigation.
Ah.
I had that on.
Okay. Oh, you're using more blood points.
No. That's just a house ability that I have as a half.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yes, I remember.
I make the rules.
So
I am the game.
You can tell that by the length and strip of this was likely wrapped around a hand.
Double-edged sword, isn't it?
So he'd probably cut himself in the sword.
Okay. Considering the flow of the water, I head in the direction.
So you're going to go the opposite way from where the water came from where it, so...
No, because like the bandage was flowing down. Say, for example, the bandage was flowing towards me. I would walk in that
Yeah,
direction.
that's what I'm saying.
where it's going.
Yeah, you wouldn't go the direction that the bandage was going, would you? Because that would be...
If the bandage... Yeah, you're correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So we're both on the same track.
Yeah.
We're just both idiots.
Okay. So you can't, however, I will say, you can't tell where he is on
No.
this.
Yeah,
that's
the rain's kind of ruining that for
Okay.
me. But that's fine. I've gathered it, so it's sort of at the end of Green Street, as far as I can gather.
Something around that last quarter of the street.
Okay. With the information that I have, I'm going to head back to the manor.
Gotcha. Okay, so what are you doing?
I'm going to cast Shatter on the inside of the lock.
Shatter? Mm-hmm. Do tell.
Okay, so Shatter is a spell that, as the name suggests, makes a sudden loud ringing noise, erupts from a point of your choice within range. So, basically, if I was going to use it as an attack, it's a 10-foot radius spear, needs to make a Constitution saving throw. If it fails, it takes 3d8 thunder damage, half as much... What? A creature takes... Oh yeah, if it fails its Constitution, it's 3d8. If it succeeds, it's half. A creature made of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage on this saving throw. A non-magical object that isn't being worn or carried also takes the damage if it's in the spell's area. So I'm going to use Shatter.
Are you going to destroy the bed? Or...
No, I'm going to use Shatter.
This thing only rolled a 2. It broke right open. In fact, the hinges on it broke and it is now in 2 pieces.
And now you feel bad for not being able to break it with your spear earlier.
Okay, what's inside, Craig?
It's got a foam interior as though it was there to hold something, and and there's a hexagonal area that looks like it was originally holding something, but otherwise it's empty.
Hexagonal?
That's the missing key.
Yeah, but for some reason it was locked.
So
the key is actually inside there still?
No.
So someone's unlocked the box, taken the key, and relocked the box.
Let's carry on.
So there's nothing inside there that...
Basically, what you can derive from that is that it looks like whoever took the key, at the very least, tried to make it look like they hadn't taken the key.
I'm
Okay.
not writing this down because I'm not present to gather this information.
So in this box, is there any traces of blood? So say, for example, if he was using his hands to unlock and pick things up,
No blood.
there's no blood whatsoever.
Roll investigation to see if there is.
See, I was trying to get you to give up things away without me having to roll. Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
You find that there are. You find that there's an area, there's a border along the inside of it, before it goes into the foam, of shiny metal, and you can tell that there's a kind of a thumbprint there, but it's not the fingerprint that's noting it. There's a slight bit of a scrape a little bit beyond the finger that immediately makes you think that was done by a nail. Basically, their thumbs had particularly long and sharp nails, sharp enough to scry into it at the slightest touch.
Okay. Long, sharp nails.
I have a vague idea, but I'm not present to be able to share that information,
Okay, so-
and I do not have all the information necessary to build this idea in character.
So, in that case, what? Okay, so I've gleaned all I can from that box, I believe, with an actual 20.
Yes,
That's fine. So then I.
that's all. That's all I've got written.
Cool. Oh fuck! How big's the box?
The box About that.
Okay, so the hinges have snapped.
Yeah.
How big are the hinges?
Are you
Just follow me along. So are they smaller than a foot? The hinges.
Yeah, they're about that big.
Is the lock smaller than a foot?
Yes.
Why?
Do you know
Yeah.
a foot's like that?
Okay, so in that case, if I could take a little bit of time, I'd like to cast Mending on those 3 points of breakage and restore the box to how I found it, if I may.
You may, but it's open now. It's no longer locked.
That's fine, because the way locks work, you just push the hasp bit back into the key, the body of it, and it'll lock.
Okay.
If that's acceptable with you.
Yes. Roll an investigation now,
Okay.
because if you're 20, you get advantage on this.
Thank you. So that's a
19.
So that's a modified 20.
Modified 20.
Yeah, so it's modified
Okay.
20.
As you're closing it and casting this, and then looking over the lock because you're now making sure that the lock is actually locking itself. You then notice something about its particular about its
Sorry.
about its thing. This is a particularly good lock for this kind of thing. It would take a long time to pick, or someone capable of opening it very, very, very quickly. So either this person was an incredibly skilled thief to have gotten to this to get hold of the key to get into that,
Get into the key.
or they had something similar to a skeleton key.
Okay. Could they not have had the original? Because my sort of chain of thinking was this Cindy lady, knowing where the key is, obviously in the box under the bed, might then have kind of tricked the old woman into revealing where she keeps the key to that box. So that's
Maybe.
a third possibility.
That is a possibility.
But the possibility is kind of leaning towards it was a skeleton key, Joel.
Yeah, because if he was a skilled enough thief to have gotten to this one, he might have been able to have picked the lock on the case to get hold of the sword. But he didn't. He went after the actual key for the sword. So he was likely not a thief.
Which I'm not quite. It's just somebody who came into the acquisition of a skeleton key. Interesting.
And how do you get skeleton keys?
From Skellingtons.
With favours.
With favours.
From a Skellington's keyring.
I have an idea and I don't want it to be true.
Keep it on the hip bones.
Am I back?
You're now back. You've now arrived.
Okay.
You've met up, and do you want to say that you've given each other said information that each other has?
I did a bad thing. It's alright, I
did a
fixed
bad
it. But I smashed that box we found.
It's okay. Thank you for being honest. That's all I care about.
I put it back together.
Okay.
Essentially, we're looking for a gazer with long Dave Bautista Spectre fingernails.
Dave Bautista.
And also with the information that they potentially have an affinity for fire. In my mind, I'm putting together that this was likely a tiefling. And the only tiefling that I'm aware of is an ellipsis. And I believe she lived in that area, but I do not have that information to hand.
You actually do. You have all of the
Yes, I've
addresses
got
of
her
everyone
business
there.
card, don't I?
Yes, you did. And you are correct. She does live in that area.
You think you know a lady.
What are you thinking, boss
She
man?
seems like the sort of person who would own a raven, but at the same time she's not elf, and they're usually the folk that have that kind of thing.
True.
Then again, didn't we pass off a dark elf to her? It's like a slave thing that we have to deal with in the.
What?
Oh, yeah, was she the lady we gave? You know when we
You
were...
gave the medallion to her.
Yeah, we
No.
gave the medallion to her, but in the mission where we were like running around doing a bunch of odd jobs for people, we had to like take away a girl to slavery, but instead we took her to Nellipsis.
That is true. Yes, you did.
And she was a dark elf, I believe.
I don't have that information to hand. I'll just have a quick.
I know exactly who you mean.
Yeah.
I love that you got notepads just full of notes.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of them make much sense, to be honest, but
Yeah.
that's an area I need to improve on, obviously.
Yeah, no, I've not got enough information on that.
Was his name Doldrum? The guy we were doing it for?
I believe so.
Was this when we were trying to get away around the centaur to get the jewel?
Yes, that's where it eventually led.
Okay, well I've got written down here getting rid of Tabaxi. Could
It
that
was
have been
No,
what it
that was a noise complaint one.
Oh, of course. So
Yes.
it wasn't that then.
I think that there was such basic information with that one that we didn't really feel the need to take much notes. That was the first thing we did, I believe.
And now it stabbed us in the arse.
Roll a history.
Me? Yeah.
Right, do you remember, Craig?
He's got the,
I
he's
have
got
all
the
the
notes. History...
History.
That's only 13.
Only 13. Would you like to roll history?
Like,
Yeah, from what Alorin's just told me, I'm sort of pacing, racking my brain, going, oh come on, I know this.
no, you don't.
5. I believe she may have been a dwarf.
I think she was a dog.
So.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay,
You're going to kick yourself when it happens.
Okay, so we don't know, but from what you just relayed to me, Alorin, I think she might be worth asking about. Now, you get on particularly well with her, and I've got a line on a lady who is called Cindy that I've learned about from the lawyer, who knew where the key was to get in the case. She only lives 3 doors down, so I might pop round hers and just sort of see what she can give me there.
We will go there together. I would like your accompaniment when we go to an ellipsis. I want to make sure that there's, first of all, no scuffles and no running away.
You want to take me there to ensure there's no scuffles?
I want to make sure that there's no scuffles that we will lose.
Okay, cool. We'll go together. That
Do
makes a
you
lot of
also
sense.
let him know that the lawyer is expecting a call from your lawyer?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do we have one of these lawyer things? Because to get hold of what's in the will, we need to have one of these lawyer things.
I have a lawyer who helped set up the business. I don't know if he particularly deals with murder.
Well, no,
but
I think what they're after is basically our lawyer's got to ring him and be like, oh yeah, no, it's fine, let him have a look, because they're allowed. Just let him have a look.
You're on about Kravis Jones.
Yes. Yes, I have a lawyer. He's a smart chap. He'll work it out.
Okay, excellent. Well, we'll sort that out in a bit later on then. So let's whack it round Cindy's house.
Cindy.
See what this bird's all about. So.
Oh wait, but while we're in the foyer, is Anne Riel still around?
She's still with you.
Never mind. Okay. I have a plan. You know what you messaged to me earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that.
Okay.
Anne Riel, may I have a private word?
She gives you a peculiar look and then nods and then walks over to you. Yes.
I take her to pretty much the just a quiet corner of the room, or
Okay.
if not out the room, if I can manage without it
Yes.
seeming suspicious.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so we've left the room.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else around?
I mean, the guards won't be suspicious. The guards won't care.
There are 3 guards in the room, but they are minding their own business right now.
Okay, so with confidence, like I'm supposed to be doing it, like I don't know what I'm doing is what I'm not
I
supposed
do
to
actually
be
want to
doing.
talk to Anne Riel, but we'll do this first.
I sort of just like walk, not quickly, but calmly over to the drawer that we noticed earlier on, and I open it and I have a little look inside.
There's a necklace inside there of weird design. It's a combination of pearls and they look almost like the jewels on them are crudely cut, but you can tell that it's almost as though they were cut inside that manner deliberately. And the center is a topaz, a yellow topaz that looks like it's oval shape, egg shaped, and it looks almost like it's glowing, but not quite. Like it's glowing an ever so slight amount.
Okay, can I, because I've got an affinity with the sea, and pearls come from the sea, can I get any extra info from this?
Any pearls or wisdom?
If you may.
Roll a history.
Okay, and just bear with me 2 seconds, just while I check.
What history means?
Yeah, what that word you just said to me was.
While he's doing that, shall I talk to
Go
Anne
ahead.
Riel? Okay. I have a theory, and it's not one that I like.
To my understanding, when it comes to murders, most theories are ones that are unpleasant.
Yes, but when you suspect a friend, that's another question.
Ah. Please continue.
Do you happen to know whether, excuse me,
An ellipsis?
Nezrin
Oh no. Okay.
was in any way familiar with an ellipsis?
Cursory, I believe. Not Not intimately, to my understanding.
There is evidence that... Let's just say there's evidence that's currently pointing towards a tiefling being the perp, and we've traced blood towards an area where she resides.
Might I ask what has led you to think of a tiefling?
Well, from what I understand, we have found marks near fingerprints that would suggest elongated claws, and the way the weapon was used suggests an affinity for fire.
Well, to my understanding, most tiefling, while they have resistance to fire, that does not necessarily mean an affinity.
Oh.
There are many species with an affinity, but you are correct that some tieflings do have an affinity. I do not know if an ellipsis is one of them.
Okay.
But while the woman can be difficult, shall we say, has she ever really struck you as the kind of person that would commit murder via sword?
No, but she does have an affinity for shiny things.
You are not incorrect there.
If she were aware of the sword, I wouldn't... And if she felt as though she had some form of claim to it, I wouldn't set it past her to attempt to acquire it.
She does seem to like laying claim on certain things. I'm still rather reeling and wondering as to how she got hold of the medallion. And she gives you a look.
Oh, bums!
Are you trying to keep a straight face?
Wearing a mask, isn't he?
What?
That's an actual one.
Starts going.
What? Not. She did what? Oh, you're joking.
Indeed. A mystery.
Oh, Nathan, you bad boy.
We at Big Dicks
Pride ourselves in our big dicks.
pride ourselves on our skills in investigation. But that doesn't mean that we don't have our own goals. They are noble ones, but in a city like this, you have to take less than noble means to acquire them.
Oh, that I can most certainly understand, and don't worry. I am used to those that feel the absolute need to bequeath themselves favours from those in high places, even if they are from not quite so moral ways and means.
I'm glad that we understand one another.
Don't worry, I don't judge you too much. And she walks out. You could tell she's a bit disappointed.
Well, she clearly would have known.
She had her suspicions, but it was your reaction that confirmed it.
You're not an actor,
disappointed
no.
her.
What the fuck off?
Okay,
Quick,
She's
close the
not
door.
mad. She's just disappointed.
Okay, so I'm going to roll history to see if I know anything on this this necklace. 5.
No.
Okay, can I roll so I can try and memorise all of the details?
Yes.
Yeah. What would that need? What would that need to be?
I would like you to roll just a straight intelligence check.
Straight intelligence. Intelligence is one of my good ones. So that's an 18.
Nice.
Yes, you will remember pretty much every detail of this.
Excellent. Okay, that's cool. So I quickly sort of close the drawer.
1 second.
And,
She doesn't see that you will buy it.
fantastic. So I send a message to Alorin, and it's like mission accomplished. So I know what's in there. So I think with so like, what are you doing? So you wandering back over?
Yeah, wander back over. Shall we go see this Cecil?
Cindy, I believe her name is. Yes, I believe we should.
Mm-hmm. So you guys go.
Just as we leave, and we kind of get down the road a little bit so no one can see us, I'm going to cast another cantrip called Minor Illusion, and I'm going to try and replicate the necklace I saw.
Because of your previous role, you do so exactly.
Okay, I sort of show. Okay, well this is what I found in the drawer.
Roll history.
Not great, not awful. History, 13.
You don't really know much about that, but you know that there's something particular about that kind of stone. There's something at the back of your mind. You can't quite jog your memory to know.
It was yellow
what it was.
topaz.
Yeah, it's
A yellow
egg.
topaz that's slightly glowing. Something about that is familiar to you, but you don't know why. It's like an old thing that you heard years ago that you just can't quite remember.
You're making me want to look for all of my notes.
Yes. It's not in your notes.
Okay, good. Save me the effort. Talking with Anriella makes me question my suspicion of our tiefling friend, but apparently Nelipsis did have some familiarity with the victim, so it might be worth popping by and asking a couple of questions.
Well, it can't hurt, can it? Unless we find an obvious sort of suspect at this next place we're going, there's literally no point not to, is there?
No. But otherwise, I think it would be wise to get in touch with some of our contacts. We're going to have to go back to talk to the lawyer anyway, so we'll ask around while we're there. It's not 7 yet, is it?
No.
Okay, good.
Okay, cool. So let's rock up to the Cindy Bird's house.
So you walk up. Her house is not nearly as lavish, but it's still decently rich. And there's no guards or anything. Obviously, she's not being investigated. Do you knock on the door?
Can I do a quick perception check? Like, just sort of where we're standing on the doorstep, just like sneakily through a window or
Go for
something. Yeah, just sort of try and get an idea of the layout of the interior when she doesn't know she's being watched yet. So,
18.
18. So investigation. Was that investigation or perception? Was that one?
No, perception.
Okay, 19.
Okay, with a 19, you notice her through the window. She seems to be playing the piano right now.
Okay. Well.
It's decently well. Behind her is stood a very stiff-looking, surprisingly
erect.
A surprisingly wrinkled-featured elf.
Oh.
That is stood in in the manner and dress of a butler.
Male.
Just
interesting.
Not even looking at her. Just stood there with his hands behind her, just kind of there at the ready in case she needs him.
I'll knock.
She doesn't even stop playing, but he notices the knock, walks over, and opens the door. Yes, hello.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Alorin, and this is Cyreus. We're a part of Big Dick's investigation agency. We're wishing to speak to Cindy regarding her friend, Nezrin.
The missus is unfortunately busy at this point. Can you acquire it at another time?
Well, she's only playing the piano. I can see through the window.
She does not like to be interrupted during her daily practice.
What? Okay, how is he standing?
Stiff-backed, hands behind his back.
He's going to have to turn around to close the door, isn't he?
What are you suggesting?
So we need to...
You're going to knock him on the head.
No, okay. Please, it is quite an urgent matter. It's regarding a murder.
Come on in. I shall announce you.
Thank you.
He walks through, whispers inside her ear. She stops playing. And he walks to the door. Presenting the investigators of Big Dick's investigation agency. Cyreus and Alorin.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We promise you this won't take long.
It better not.
What are her nails like?
You're gonna roll a quick perception.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick perception of her nails, and then when the butler guy turned around, did I see his hands as well? Mm-hmm. So for her,
what species is she?
6.
She's human.
She's human. Okay.
Yeah, but it's +1.
Oh yeah, I was just
It's
pointing out
6.
what the dice said.
For him,
6.
You can't tell. Your eyes are looking at them, but you can't tell if they're naturally long or if they're being filed short or anything like that. They just look like nails.
Sorry, nails. Okay.
We understand that you were an acquaintance of Nezrin.
Oh yes, good friends. I did hear what happened about her. Tragedy, absolute tragedy.
Yes, awful. I'm led to understand that you were not the proprietor of a particular sword that she owned, but you were trusted to pass that on should she pass.
Well, of course, I am most trusted.
So did you know much about the sword itself?
Oh yes, very much so. I'm quite a historian, you see.
Ah, so what do you know about the, was it the Fell Knights?
Oh, the Fell Knight, darling.
Oh,
there
sorry,
was
just the
only
one.
ever one of them, yes.
Very good.
He was a knight in the early days. He was a knight in black armour. He was said to have fought for the first king and was the master at arms. It is said that no matter how many times that he would fall, he would always rise again. Legend has it, though, that he died of old age, a rare feat for his profession. That he might one day rise again and even reclaim his sword, though. For you see, there are legends of him being run through and still getting up, his head cut off, yet back on the battlefield the very next day. Some legends are possibly over-exaggerated, but we do not know. And his sword, well, I am quite confident that that is his sword. He could apparently enlighten it with a bequeath of flame. The strongest flame, it would glow blue. There were those that could apparently make it flare up a little bit, but it was mere yellow in terms, so not nearly as hot as he could, but it was quite something, I'm told to believe, though I've never seen it in action myself, though I would love to imagine that. What has become of the sword, might I ask?
Sorry to interrupt. If he wore black armour, he presumably wore a helmet, right?
Of course!
So then what makes you think that it was just the one guy? Like, you said he gets stabbed and he gets back up again. Maybe there's more than one? Maybe it's like a whole school of people.
There you touch upon some of the theories. But as we know that only one knight of Master of Arms was actually registered, and we know of those that he taught and the particular styles in which he fought, it is largely understood that it was only one, but there's nothing to say that many could not have worn the garb, and it is one of the many arguments about his possibility, and that if anyone were to return, that they would merely be a copycat individual. But he was always able to bequeath his flame with blue, and that was the point. That was the big indicator. Blue flame is very difficult to conjure. It requires some of the most powerful fire magics, only those with true affinity to it. We're talking about certain tiefling individuals of certain great demonic heritage, or genasi of the fire planes, or things of the other line.
Genasi as well.
Okay.
Genasi are like genies.
Oh, no. Sorry, I went so much.
We're not going to lead into ain't never had a friend like me or something. But
Yeah, we're talking true genies, as in great
Jinn.
fire fucking demons. Jinn.
Jinn.
DJINN.
Yeah, they're in
Genasi
super
are powerful as fuck. They're basically made out of pure magic.
Yeah, and they're an Intriad 3 as well. The sword, unfortunately, is missing. We're trying to locate it, but we believe you knew where...
Someone's taken it?
well, I wish to spare you some of the gory details, but unfortunately the sword was not only stolen, but used.
Oh my.
You say that some could elicit some small flame.
Well, yes, anybody with any level of fire affinity could do so. I suppose blood hunters would probably be able to do so, although I doubt that their particular magics would invoke the flame of the sword, as it would simply bequeath it in their own flame.
Okay, from, I guess, medical and knowledge, would I be able to tell whether the flame would be, whether the singe marks that we discovered would be closer to a blue flame or a yellow flame?
Yes, roll.
What am I rolling?
Medical.
Okay, that's 18.
With an 18, you know that was not burning powerful enough to have been a blue flame, because blue flames are over 2,000 degrees.
Yes.
That would have
And
done
the
a
melt's
lot
still
more
big.
damage.
Yeah.
These were only slightly burnt, but they weren't even black.
Interesting, because we did find singe marks that suggested that the sword was powered up, but not nearly to the degree that you were discussing with the blue flame. So
Well, then unlikely to be, that is particular. You see, the standard magics it takes to bequeath something in flame is not one that a wizard, sorcerer, or warlock would really truly be able to conjure. Perhaps a warlock if their particular patron was that of the fire planes. However, that is unlikely. It is quite difficult to gain their favour. You are more looking about some creature that has some natural affinity. So you're looking for either, as I said, a tiefling with a natural affinity towards that level of demon, or you are looking at some kind of genasi or descendant of such. There are some other species, but they would be so rare as to my understanding. I do not believe that there's even one in the city. So there are a few genasi, though, so one could be. Oh.
Do you have a thought?
Now that you mention it, there was a fellow. Sorry, there was a 1 second, just yeah, okay, I was checking about gender. There was a friend. She looked human enough, but she claimed to be a descendant of a genasi. That there was genasi blood in her veins. She is a good friend of Nezrin. At the very least, a good friend to my understanding. She came to a few of the soirees.
Interesting. Oh, we weren't aware that she held many soirees.
Oh, once a month at the most. She enjoyed her personal time, but when it came to once a month, we would have a soiree, and she was quite the social butterfly during said occasions.
So she can transform into
No, that's just a figure of speech, darling.
Forgive him, he's not been on the land long.
I can tell.
And do you have a name for this friend?
Oh, that Agate, to my understanding.
How are you spelling that?
Agate.
Agate.
This Agate, odd question. She wouldn't happen to own a pet bird of sorts, would she?
I wouldn't know, I'm afraid.
No, I figured not.
Do you own an Eldarin Raven just out of
An Eldarin Raven? No. They require far too much of my time, and my time is far too valuable. Speaking of which, I'd much rather like to get back to practice.
Of course.
Is this going to take much longer?
I think we're about done.
The only thing I wanted to ask still was, you knew where the key was to get into the cabinet, correct?
Of course!
Okay, well that's interesting because the box which is under the bed that we found that would presumably have the key in, right? That's where you knew where it was.
Yes.
The key.
How did you know that?
Investigations.
The key is missing from the box. So anyone? Do you know anyone else that would know where that box is?
The box was still locked.
Still locked, you say? I don't know quite what to make of that, I'm afraid. And as for those that may have known it, to my understanding it was only myself, but I suppose it was only kept under her bed. Actually, no. During one of our soirees, I think it was about a year ago now, she wanted to show off certain closer details of the sword during the events, and she did unlock it, and I believe that she was not quite as stealthy as she should have been about where she got the key from. So those that were at the party might have noticed, and Agate was one of them.
Interesting.
And do you have a key to that lockbox?
No, most certainly not. Most certainly not. No. That particular key was kept inside one of the drawers upstairs.
So we can always check if the key's still there, I guess.
Yeah, we could double check.
Yeah.
Before we leave, just one final question. Regarding the Fell Knight again, no one claims to be like a descendant or anything of the Jap, do you know?
Well, there's kind of conflicting stories, you see. Many of the stories say that as he never took off his armor, or he or they, or whatever, that they never took off their armor, that they had no family. However, there is some legend that he entered the king's service very specifically to...
I thought you were going to say something else then. He's got a removable codpiece, so... Sorry.
That he entered the king's service specifically to give his family a better life. That he was indebted to the king for rising him up from apparently lowly origins, I might say.
Interesting. Well, thank you very much for your time. Your service has been invaluable.
Thank you. Now, please leave.
Yes, please get back to your piano playing. It is quite lovely.
It is very delightful.
Thank you very much. I'm working on a new piece. I compose them, you know. I'm actually performing at the local theatre if you'd like to stop by sometime.
What dates?
I actually
well, I mean, I've got... Oh, fuck it.
I'll go. I like the piano.
Oh, sorry, I'm dead on that day.
I actually have this listed on the thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That would be the 20th rain day of the month of Pale Sun. And she is also performing 2 days later on Swords Day.
And then would that be the 22nd
Yeah.
Swords Day? Okay, I'm going to make a mental note of those. And I'd be delighted to come along and hear you.
I'm going to make a note that you guys are going to be about Cyreus.
Murder at the piano recital.
Cyreus.
Oh, just literally the last thing. We found a necklace in a drawer in the foyer that had a particularly striking topaz at the centre. As you were a friend of Nesrin's, do you happen to know the history of that, or?
No, that's my understanding. That was a gift. That was actually a gift from Agate. It was her. She claimed that it was proof of her lineage. You see, those particular topazes that particular topaz that's inside the necklace. That it's known as a Genasi emblem. In that it actually grows within the fire realms of the Genasi.
It's a bloody good thing I asked.
Which is why it glows, and it's a little bit warm to the touch. I don't know if you put your fingers on it. You said you only looked at it, you didn't say you held it.
No, I didn't want to. It looked very delicate.
It looked cursed, and we've dealt with enough of that.
I don't like curses. Well, thank you very much for your time, and I will see you in the crowd for, I imagine, your very lovely and delightful piano recital on the 20th rain day of Pale Sun. I'm wearing a bow tie.
I've fashioned out of fishnets.
I didn't realise this had getting my gills.
And I believe that's all we need.
Yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No problem. And she goes, sits down, and begins playing, and the butler shows you out.
Okay, wonderful. So it's now 9:30, so do you want to...
Yes, so we'll take... In the video, we'll be taking a break, but we'll be ending for the day.
Yeah.
So
we'll...
catch up in a second.
See you in a moment.
In different clothes, probably.
I don't really change clothes, so...
You don't leave that chair, either.
More flying, I imagine. That's how you know it's been a few more days.
Yeah, we come down every Tuesday, just give you a wipe down with some anti-back wipes and... Spoon porridge into your gills.
Okay. See you in a moment.
Welcome back! We have returned for this.
It's just everybody's going to be inside the same house.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so I feel weird not doing an intro. It's as if we've just let someone into our house and not acknowledged them. But we're just going to push on.
Let's push on. Okay, so what is your next call of order in today's event?
So I am going to suggest that we go to visit my lawyer, Mr. Kravis Jones.
Yeah, I think that's going to be
Kravis Jones.
the man, the best Kravis in the land.
You have an address for him there?
You do?
Orchard Road off Gresson Mills.
Okay, so let's try and find Orchard Road off Gresson Mills. Is there any indication what section of the city he is located in?
I assume he'd be in the north.
Well,
Orchard Road is there.
Corner of Wolf Avenue as well. Is that? I think
Well, that's his his personal
sorry.
address. Crescent Mills is there. So yeah, okay.
Okay, so if we head on over to go and visit Mr. Jones,
The
lawyer.
kaijus that we are in this city.
Okay, so you've knocked on the door?
Well, we walk up to the house, and I'm just saying to Cyreus, and so I was stood there like a bloody idiot in the middle of the road, cawing like a crow. I guess.
I thought you were going to say.
Crowing like a crow.
I thought you were going to say. So I'm sitting there with barbecue sauce on my titties. That's what I thought you were
And all of a sudden, she gets cold feet.
So, me being me, I'm just sort of going to give you a quizzical look, and sort of, I'm not going to press you further on the events you've just described to me. That was difficult to say.
We're warming up. We're warming up. It's fine. But, well, with any luck. Well, from the trace that I followed, the blood trail that I followed, I'm thinking that our perpetrator lives around that area, or at least was certainly travelling through.
It would seem to make a lot of sense. I'm just a bit concerned. I think we can both agree that Agate is, at the moment, our prime suspect for the murder.
Yes. Hang on, I'm just going to see if I know much about the Genasi.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you probably know more than me.
That's a natural one.
You know fucking nothing.
I don't know what's the matter with her Genasi, but I don't care for her murdering.
Hey, before this, you weren't even sure that Genasi were real.
So basically, it's like kind of like we're hunting almost like UFOs in this kind of colouring context.
That's what I think we're doing.
Yeah, sort of like.
You don't believe in Genasi.
You think it's a government?
You don't believe they exist.
I don't. No, we did a joke like that last time. I'm not going to continue. It's fine. We got that cut. So yes, knock on the door.
Thank you for affecting that.
You can mute it. It's fine.
Okay. So the building is a very dark grey, and it's got a little bit of a dark, heavy feel about it, and
This building is awfully heavy.
it's a little bit gothic almost inside
do
its
a
design.
strength check, Nathan. See if you can assess the weight of the building.
I want to bench press the lawyer's office.
Okay. The door opens up, and Mr. Jones is stood there. Now, you met the previous lawyer, but have you met Kravis Jones in your backstory? I can't remember.
I don't believe
I don't
so,
think that you have.
Paper confuses him. It doesn't exist underwater. It can't.
Yeah.
That's actually a good point.
I know stone. We work. Do you work in stone up here? We work in stone.
Back in the good old
with
days.
stone.
So he opens up, and he looks like a kindly man, but he looks mostly human. But he also has dark blue skin, similar to the to Mr. Burke that you met earlier, who was the other lawyer. But his eyes are normal, and his ears are pointed in an elvish manner. He is a half drow.
So they kind of like, just for context, are they kind of like the drow, for some strange reason, have kind of all got into lawyering, like it's their kind of trade and stock, or just a random coincidence, or...
Ask.
I don't want to offend him. I don't see many of you people doing this line of work. It's a bit offensive, isn't it, really?
Racist.
Yeah, let's move swiftly on with this conversation, shall we? Before we start getting a little bit J.K. Rowling.
If you know what else to say.
So he opens the door and just looks at you. Oh, Mr. Alorin, Mr. Rosehorn, how can I help you?
Please, Alorin. Well, we're actually wondering if you could give us a hand with a case. We've encountered another lawyer, and there seems to be some legalese tripping us up, so we were hoping you could give us a hand with that.
Absolutely. Please, come in.
Thank you. This is Cyreus. I do not believe we've met.
Yes, no.
But you've seen his signature.
Him. Yes. You mentioned him. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
I shake his hand, and I sort of like... what I always tend to do when I shake hands in real life that I want to incorporate into the character is I use both hands, so it looks like it's more friendly and gentle. So that's what I do.
Yes. Very good to meet you. And it just looks at his hand and goes, honestly, I expected you to be a bit wet.
Well,
that's offensive.
We've only just met each other.
Please
forward.
Hope that's not offensive.
Just give me a minute.
No, people often assume my kind would be wet.
Slimy.
Some people also assume that we smell, but you know, it's each their own, really. I mean,
well, you'll find that I have a fantastic sense of smell, and you smell quite fine, thank you.
I reckon he's putting the nose at me.
He moves you into his office area and sits down. Now, please tell me what's the issue.
Well, Cyreus knows more about it than I did. He spoke to the lawyer.
Oh yeah, then please go ahead.
I give him the card that the lawyer gave me. I said, "This is the gentleman you need to speak to." Cause
do you have previous with this guy? Do you know this guy?
He's my cousin. I'm
Oh, is he?
afraid.
Oh, that's
Yes.
fantastic. That's going to be quite advantageous to us because.
No, it won't be. He's a git.
Okay. I mean, I didn't want to judge, but yeah, he did give off the impression of being a bit kind of.
A bit of a job's worth.
Yeah, he's very much.
He just doesn't know how to have fun.
He's very much indoctrinated in the routines of things. Everything has to be done correctly to the letter. Is the impression I got.
Oh, very much so. Very much so. You would not be wrong there, I'm afraid.
So essentially, what we need is the case that we're working on. There's an elderly woman who's been murdered, and to try and ascertain a prime suspect, we need to have a look at her will to see who her beneficiary is.
Beneficiary?
Beneficiary.
What's that?
Beneficiary.
Oh, beneficiary.
You're looking for a better fishmonger.
Yeah, beneficiary. Sorry, I when I hear anything that sounds like fish, I think it's fish things.
It's like a superpower, but not really.
Yeah. So one of those things that Alorin just said. So we need to find out who she might have left all of her money and land to try and find out who did this.
Well, I could certainly go about that. You are aware that my time will unfortunately cost.
I mean, it is going to be a business expense. I think it's going to be useful to.
Yes, it's fine. We can put it on the books. We'll get it tax deductible.
Fair enough. Then that's perfectly fine. Okay then. Do you have a meeting time set up?
For the.
You did. Did you not write it down?
Do I? Can I roll to see if I remember that?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Because I've forgotten. 15. Would that be history?
Yeah.
For the sake of argument. So 16. So I do remember.
With the 16.
Oh, you just announced that, do you?
With the 16, you remember that you were in fact supposed to meet him. You even remember where. He gave you his card with his address and you were supposed to go meet him at his office. You don't remember the time that you were supposed to meet him though. But you know that it was supposed to be today.
Okay, so at some point today I've got to go and meet him in his office, so I'll just pop in there and hang around till he's available, I think. Might be a good idea. So we'll just go and do that, I think. Might be the best idea to do.
Can we, I guess, pay a street urchin to run down and inquire?
Yeah, we
Can we get... Is there like little messenger boys?
What, to get the time that you're supposed
Yeah.
to arrive?
Yeah, just... Excuse me, on behalf of Mr. Cyreus, he's forgotten like a tit.
Can't we just splice it in the last episode, well, in the same episode earlier on where you told me the time and then we'll just...
No, because you didn't take down your notes. I'll answer that for him.
This is where it goes back to show that I forgot to tell him the time. Which I don't think I did.
If you didn't tell him the time, though, you owe us.
I've not written anything down. But yeah, we'll just show up and we'll just hang around there all day, it's fine. We've solved the problem. It's not a big deal.
We'll kick his door down, it's fine.
You, on his card, you'll find that his offices are in Holly.
In Holly. Okay, excellent.
Yeah,
is
we
that
just-
our next move, Laura?
It was
We're
around
going to
here.
Holly?
Yeah, I believe so. While we're in the area, I will be going to the mission.
Okay, so do you want to do that while I get organised I see what I can remember?
Yes, please. Give me all the details that you do have, and then we can see where it goes from there.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, he can go.
Yeah, I'll part ways while you discuss the details. Or are we...
No, we'll focus on you for now. Let's get you over there.
Okay.
So you've headed over to the mission.
Yes, I have.
You arrive at the mission, and Agatha's out front.
Oh, no.
She but looks over.
Can I roll to stealth by?
Go ahead.
Let me put it through.
What?
That's a 4.
You try to sneak by, and she's got her back to you. You're trying to sneak by through the path, and all you hear is Alorin.
I just back to the wall.
Are you doing the cronk where you're like,
Yeah.
My friend for sneak
Yes, this wall seems sturdy. Hello, Agatha, good to see you.
What are you doing here?
Why do you think? I've come to pay my honour to the god and speak to people.
Yes, I'm absolutely sure that's what's happening. Yes. Well, you can help serve food while you're here.
Okay,
Come
but
on.
I really have to be quick with this.
You can help serve the food.
I will.
Good. And she just leads you in. Go see Clink.
Oh, I have to do that now, do I?
Yes.
Can't it wait until after dinner time?
You want to serve food after dinner time?
I will serve the amount of food that is required after dinner time, which is nothing.
Get in the kitchen.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I head into the kitchen.
Clink is in there, and there's trays full of food for.
It's
for
already
the
been.
orphans. Yeah, it's already ready, and he just points to them and nods to you.
Thank you, Clink. I'll get them served.
Thank you. He comments you.
Yeah.
He mimics you
You know, that startles me every time.
every time.
Yes, I know. I take the trays of food out to the weans.
The Weans.
The weans.
Aww. Okay, so as you serve the food there, that is when Kiera walks in. Oh, Alorin, what are you doing here?
Well, I came to see you, but obviously Agatha caught me first.
Ah, so I can see. Well, once you're done, we can go in the back and talk.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. So you spend about 10 minutes serving out food, and once that's done, she leads you into a back room. Can I help you?
Yes, I have been very good recently. I've been slowing down on my intake, but I have run dry a little again.
You're supposed to come see me before you run dry. That's the whole point.
It's been a busy few days. Where's my dice? It's a deception, that. Damn!
Yes, I'm sure, and it's not simply because you haven't been bothered, or you might have wanted to avoid Agatha.
She makes me do things. I get paid to do things.
Such hard work for you, having to do things for the orphanage that helped you when you first arrived here.
You did come up with a prick, though.
Keep your secret. That gave you somewhere to go, a roof over your head, and food in your belly.
Yes, okay. I'm sorry.
Good. Come along then. She leads you upstairs. You go into the room that houses the fridge area, and she opens it up, and you see 4 packs in there. I'm afraid this is all we've got for the rest of the week. Are you going to be okay?
I'm sure I'll be fine.
Okay. She hands you all 4 packs. We'll be getting a new shipment next Friday. Can you wait that long?
Worst comes to worst, I'll see if any of the local butchers have anything for sale.
Fair enough then. Try to avoid Agatha on your way out. She'll probably make you sweep the floors.
I can jump out the window.
No.
Vampire.
I don't really have much of that.
I can't risk one of the children not seeing you do such a thing and then trying to copy you.
Oh, look, that incident with the knives happened the once.
Once is one too many.
Their hand will grow back.
Go.
Thank you very much, Kiera.
Of course. Don't be a stranger. Maybe sometime visit when you don't need something.
I promise I'll visit tomorrow to help out and to pay homage.
I would like that. When was the last time you prayed?
I pray at home. Mm-hmm. To the flower.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me, do you?
No.
You've gotten too good at this. Okay, so yes, I take my stock and I try to leave quietly.
Roll for stealth.
Dang it. That's another 3.
As you're walking out, you think you made it. You open the front door. You step out. She's standing off to the side, and a broom just goes in front of your face. Get to work.
Eris has blessed you in the most devilish of ways.
Nice. I like that.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Where am I sweeping?
The floor.
Well, you can start in the back room. I'm afraid some of the compost got spilled out of the bag.
The compost. I'm an adult. I have a lawyer meeting. Oh.
I wonder how. I love it how childish it sounds to say, I'm an adult.
To be fair, he's like, I imagine him being like this when he's at the orphanage, because these are the people who basically raised him.
Yeah, yeah. So,
No, I say raised, no, that took care of him at his weakest point.
So, while he's doing that, you finished giving the details that you particularly have about the case to Kravis Jones. And he's kind of stroking his chin. You've got yourself in quite a bit of a pickle.
Pickles are kind of our speciality, though, to be fair.
So I've heard. I've actually been hearing through the grapevine that you've been doing some excellent news, but I've also heard that there have been a few stirrings because of it. People have started to take notice of you. Do you realise that?
Well, the more people take notice of us, the more people we can help.
Yeah, these aren't the people you want taking notice.
The more people that are taking...
There's no such thing as bad PR.
Pretty much.
That person's coming at me with a knife. Yes!
Yay, I'm popular!
Well, it's just another bump in the road. When we get there, we get there. We'll deal with it like we always do, and then we'll be on to bigger and better things.
Fair. I would say half an hour has gone by and you finally turn up. Rather grumpy.
Oh, can I ask him about the Fell Knight and the sword?
Actually, yes, go for that first.
Okay, so
My boots are ruined.
I say to Kravis Jones, I say, there's one particular detail of this case that keeps sticking out to us. There's a supposedly enchanted sword that belonged to some Fell Knight or other.
I've heard the stories, yes.
Apparently, the victim anyway had some burns upon the point of entry and the point of exit, implying that the blade was aflame when she was stabbed. But as far as we know, there's not many people that can pull that sort of trick off.
I'm afraid that I'm hardly an aficionado of the legends and the mythos, but I know a little bit, about as much as the average bloke, I'm afraid.
Am I back in the room at this point yet? Or...
Yes,
Okay.
you've just entered and you've sat down.
Okay.
Are you okay? You're a little bit ragged.
Just chores.
Chores?
I go there for an amicable visit, and I'm made to serve, but it's fine. They were kind to me. It's all I can offer.
Okay, fair enough then. But yes, about this Fell Knight fella, I'm afraid I don't know much. Do you know if there are any requirements for making the sword of flame?
Well, you have to have an affinity with fire, we believe. So there's a certain race of ancient people called the Genasi.
Yes,
Yes, they spun a tale about these genie folk.
No, the Genasi are quite real.
What, do you mean like smoky bottom halves and magic?
No, they're humanoid in nature, they're even physical, but they are in fact made out of magic.
Oh. That's dumb.
Life
Is dumb.
Life is a persistent thing. It likes to form itself in pretty much every environment that you can possibly imagine, and wild magic is just an environment like any other. The Genasi were born of it. It's just how they are. I mean, the Drow were born of an ancient race of elves that went underground, for crying out loud.
Okay.
What?
I was going to see if I rolled low just so I could ask, what's a drow? But no, I rolled high. I'm a half elf. I should know what a drow elf is.
Okay. Not only that, we found a necklace as well. That had a yellow egg topaz in it as an emblem, which apparently also has some sort of significance from what we've heard of ancient Genasi legends.
Well, if you've found an item like that, I suppose the best person to ask would be a blacksmith. Do you happen to know any?
Even think of that.
I don't... Ooh, we do! Going back to the same place where we met Anriella. Who was it? Was it the orcish fella? Or...
Mm-hmm. Brack the Cruncher.
Yeah. Sorry, I know I have the information, it's just I have like several pages to get through. Brack Cruncher.
I did say that you have access to every single person's address on the list.
Sorry, already know where he lives.
Yes,
Okay.
you do.
That's a good lead, thank you. Yes, we'll have to pay a visit to old Brack. Hopefully he's okay. After we accused everyone of murder, so it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, in our line of work, then that's...
It's just the safest route to go.
Exactly.
Suspect everyone, trust no one.
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder how you get any work done.
Suspect everyone, trust no one.
Innovate Denim then. Yeah, from IT Crowd. You, little lady. Okay, so now we seem to be a bit of a crossroads here. Lawyer first, and then we go and see Brat Cruncher.
Makes sense to me. I don't mind popping to see Brack myself if you wanted to tag along with the lawyers. I mean, you already seem to have the key on this as it is.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of done this much, don't I? So I guess I'm learning of the legalese and the way your world works as we go along. So.
Also, to be honest, we did brag a little bit to the detective about how fast we would solve this, so I'm wanting to get as many branches covered as quickly as possible.
Haste, I believe, may be key in this case. You're right, Alorin. Let's divide and conquer.
Let's split up and look for clues.
I mean, you don't take down a sperm whale by all taking the same path under the sea. You have to attack from many angles. And this case is much like a sperm whale.
What? What's a sperm whale? Don't you disgust me! I think I know what a whale is, it's fine. Okay, so are we done here?
What do you want me to go?
Right, thank you for watching.
Okay, back on track.
Okay, yeah, so let's follow you first.
Okay,
you
so-
head over to Holly, I believe.
Yeah, is it okay?
Shit. Sorry, before we continue, I can't because I don't know what the thing looks like. You have to be there to illusion.
No, I showed you.
Yeah, but I
Did
can't
you-
minor illusion it. I guess...
Did you roll to memorize?
No. It's fine, we'll... Ignore the
Also,
split up
he
plan.
doesn't have minor illusion to do that.
No, but if you memorised how it looked, you could have described it to Brack.
How about we split up the other way?
Yeah, should we split up the other way?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I guess, like as we're both about to leave, I go, hang on a minute. How are you going to show Brack Cruncher what it looks like? And I do the minor illusion again and show you. Can you do this?
No. Good point. Let's alter our positions on this.
Swap over. So we swap over. Okay.
Okay, Brack Cruncher is on Nightingale Road.
Okay. Let me find that.
So
Is
he's
that
on one of the, it's one of the main roads.
In the Southern Quarter, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
What county, I guess, is it in?
It's one of the main ones. Nightingale Road is this one. So he is actually right there.
Okay, so I'm going to get a cab and a carriage to take me over there.
Okay.
How much will that be, Craig?
Oh, we're both like going the exact same way, so we might as well share a cab.
Okay, so we'll share a cab. So, how much is a cab, Craig?
Oh bloody hell! I've actually forgotten that. Can't remember how much was it last time.
20 gold, I think. Or is that a bit steep?
It was for how far you'd go. I'll deduct it on the screen. Now that it'll pop up on the screen.
50 million.
All right.
1 million gold.
Okay, so you guys arrive after your taxi.
Okay.
You guys arrive after your taxi, and you're going in to see the lawyer.
Yes, I'm taking
Kravis Jones.
Kravis Jones. That's a great name, by the way. It sounds like a director. Yeah, I'm taking Kravis Jones to see the other lawyer.
Okay, so you walk in, and you immediately hear arguing on the other side of the door. So you're waiting inside the waiting area, and you hear arguing, and you recognise a certain voice. Roll.
Wow, when it comes to important things, my dice is not doing me any good. What am I rolling?
This is history.
History, that's only an 8.
Okay, so you can't tell who it is, but you definitely recognise the voice. And then all of a sudden, Investigator Dendon walks out. I will come back with a warrant for that information, and you will give it. Yes, of course you will, when you actually have a warrant. Please leave. As he walks by, he stops and looks at you. And Kravis Jones is right next to you because he got into the taxi with you because...
Yeah.
And you go, what are you doing here?
I brought a warrant.
He glares at you and storms out.
Nice.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant.
I guess I approach the office door and just give it a gentle knock.
I've told you, leave!
No, it's me, with big dicks. You know, you were speaking to Cyreus earlier.
The door opens. I'm so sorry. He's been hounding. He tried to take the files.
How awful of him.
Honestly, it's like they have no respect for the actual rule of law. They're supposed to be investigators and policemen, for crying out loud.
I know, it's terrible, isn't it? Well, we've come for that same information, but I have my lawyer with me.
Wonderful. Let's see if we can't reach an arrangement. Okay. He sits you down and he starts taking you through the legalese of the situation. The lawyers have their personal conversation, and it turns out that to access this information you will need to sign the do not disclose documents that involve you not talking to the local media like newspapers and stuff like that.
Okay, a question. Are we allowed to discuss this with the law enforcement?
Chief of the law enforcement only.
Okay. So I can't say discuss it with the arresting officer?
No.
Okay. Well, it probably won't turn out to be the smoking gun, but it will at least lead us towards the smoking gun, I believe.
Yes,
anyway.
yes. So he requires that you sign those, and I'm assuming you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's that's a fake signature.
Okay. So he then leans back. All right, then. You may now ask your questions.
Okay, so that's a good point. I don't really know what to ask here. The Sword of the Fell Knight. Who was that? Who was that willed? Bequeathed to?
The sword was in fact supposed to be actually supposed to be held in trust. At the time of her departure, she in fact owed a good 300,000 gold to certain individuals, and the sword was supposed to be held in trust, pertaining or awaiting auction by said individual as payment for said debts.
Interesting. And was this what was her name? Cindy?
No, that's her friend. It wouldn't be her.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out who was the sword was to be bequeathed to sell on. Was that Cindy?
No. Now, I'm afraid it was an individual by the name of Paldacal.
Motherfucker! Paldacal.
Yes.
That poisonous thorn in my side.
So that was going to go to him.
Interesting, and yet someone would steal something from him. Tell me, okay, a second question. Does the name Agate come up in the will at all?
Yes, but only in mention, and he starts flipping through it. And he reads from the will. He reads, he reads that to my friend Agate, you have been by my side and a close friend of mine for many a year. However, due to recent events, I am afraid that the only thing that I can offer you are my best wishes.
Interesting. So something recently has caused them to have a little bit of a falling out. When was this will last amended?
This will was last amended 3 weeks before her... Well, before
untimely
today.
demise.
Yes.
Interesting. 3 weeks ago. I don't suppose you happen to have her address on hand, Agate?
No, I'm afraid I don't. But, and he looks through his notes, I believe that a certain friend that is labelled inside the will, a Miss Felicia, she is in fact apparently a good friend of Agate's as well, but she is actually named in the will. Apparently she was a business supplier of fine wines that the lady quite enjoyed the company of.
Interesting. What was Felicia bequeathed?
Oh, she was simply bequeathed 500 gold.
How was her estate split up? Does it go to many different people, or is there one person who gets quite a large sum?
Majority of it goes straight to the family. However, family vaults. However, a large portion, about a quarter of the entire thing, goes towards their sect, as is standard. When a member of a sect life is unfortunately ended, a quarter of their assets go into the coffers of the group.
Oh, and which sect was she a part of, if you don't mind me asking?
Same one as was listed with half. Which one?
Oh, was this the first one?
Swallow.
The Swallow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Oh yes, she was a part of the Swallow sect, wasn't she? We'll cut in there.
Yes. The Rosehorn line has been quite deep inside the Swallow sect, as well as many other families.
So there's a lot of words that don't really go well together in that sentence, but
Quite deep inside the Swallows.
It was quite unfortunate that.
Blowjobs. Oh, so did you have an address for Felicia?
Sorry.
Don't drink on the job.
Yes.
Okay. Goodbye.
Yes. She lives just outside of Holly. No, my eyes gone.
Holly. Well, I'm on Holly.
Okay. Just outside of Holly, on the edge here. So she lives actually here.
Oh, okay.
So within the Holly
Very
Surrey.
good.
Is there anything else that I can help you with?
Let me discuss with my lawyer.
Of course. And he leaves the room for the moment.
Does this smell fishy to you at all?
I don't know. Your friend's not here.
I was thinking.
That is racist.
I'm sorry.
As a drow, I figured you'd understand.
Sorry. If I'm entirely honest, not a single bit of this kind of makes me easy. I mean, one day, a guy. I remember reading about reading about those details of how Rosehorn.
Ah, yes.
Yes, that was in the papers.
Oh.
And well, he dies.
Yeah.
And then this one dies.
Yes.
And apparently it's all revenge by completely unrelated incidents. And yet, to my understanding, both are, well, as I understand the way that you work through these things, both are somewhat related to Pal de Cal.
Yes, it is unfortunate when you look at it like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if you're not kicking a hornet's nest that you don't want to start digging in.
We're not so much kicking it as much as it is the hornets are being thrown through our window. And yes, we could close the window, but then it'll get warm and stuffy, and look, this metaphor hasn't gone well, but we'll move beyond it. Yes, we're trying to avoid becoming enemies with Powder Cow, but he keeps treading on our grass.
Well, I think the biggest problem with that is that you have decided to take up a business and a job that involves dealing with criminals on the right side of the law rather than the wrong side of the law, and you are unfortunately indebted to the wrong side of the law. I think that it isn't a case of he is stepping on your grass, as in you decided to start making a home on his lawn.
Well, I'm sure if he doesn't like it, then he can raise our rent.
Just be careful.
When am I ever?
Alright then.
Well, I don't think there's much else that we can do here, but... Well, we've got a lead that'll lead to another lead, so... We're progressing, we're moving forwards, just not at as fast a pace as I'd like. I don't like these missions that have us travelling around too much.
Was that a jab at me?
No!
Okay. So he nods. You guys stand up. You go to the door and you leave. And Mr. Burke shakes your hands.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Burke.
Of course, and please recommend us to your friends if you know anybody that can afford our services. That's a little dig.
Okay. With that amount of time in between response, and with that exact inflection.
Okay, let's get back to you. So you go to Brack Cruncher's place of work.
Okay, so I arrive on the street. I have a look up and down the street. Is it instantly obvious where he works?
It's painted green.
You see a standard-looking shop with a particularly large door with a hanging sign of a blacksmith.
Wonderful. So I sort of say to myself, I assume this is the right place.
Yes.
And I head on over and I have a little look through the window. Is he in there?
You don't see anybody in there, but you do see everything wall to wall with everything that you could think of, from weapons to armors to shields to jewelry to lots of other stuff. It's all lining the walls, and it seems to go. There seems to be a corridor that goes out towards the back, and you hear the clanging of metal.
Okay, lovely. So I open the door and let myself in.
Yeah.
And is there like a counter area to approach?
There is, but nobody's at it.
Okay, so I kind of approach that counter area and I just sort of like rap on the counter. Hello?
You don't hear anything, but you do hear the constant ding, ding, ding of a hammer on an anvil out back.
Can I sort of lean over a little bit to see if I can see him?
Kick the door down and scream, LAPD!
As you lean over, you can see a little bit down the corridor, and you see that it opens up into the backyard, which you see is kind of glowing red from the furnace that's likely out there, and you see sparks coming out from the side of the door, but you can't actually see him, but you can see likely where he is.
Okay, can I raise my voice a little more? I'm like, hello?
But you hear it stop. You just and you see him just lean back and go, "Oh, I'll be right with you."
Okay, and I stand and I patiently wait.
And after a minute, you hear his heavy footfalls, and Brack Cruncher walks up. Oh, it's you. Oh, can I help you?
Don't worry, it's not the same circumstances as last time. Well, kind of, but not really.
Wait, what? I'm not gonna be. I didn't kill no one.
Suspicious.
That's suspicious.
As I say, no, I just need your expertise on a piece of jewellery that we found.
Oh, okay.
And I sort of say to him, it's through an illusion, but I assume it's quite accurate, and I cast a minor illusion.
He looks at it. Oh yeah, Genasi Fire Topaz. We've got some 27 carat diamonds right there, and that gold inlay though, that is shoddy work. That gold inlay around that edge, man, that wasn't purified. You can see the little veins there. That means, unfortunately, there was a bit of iron inside the smelt there.
Amateurs.
As I say to him, and does it? What would you value a piece like this at?
Oh, because of that shoddy work. But the gems are really good cut. You can't get 27 carat gold, carat diamonds inside the standard market. No. Those ones have to be made by magic, you see, because it's the only way that it can get that pure. This one would probably set you back about. I'd say about 40,000.
Okay.
I didn't realise we were playing cash in the attic all of a sudden.
40,000. Can I roll a deception to see, not roll a deception, can I roll an insight to see, like, obviously he's a businessman, so he's going to value everything a bit lower, thinking, well, maybe he's got it and I can buy it from him. So can I roll to sort of get more, is he holding back on me?
Go for it.
15 insight. 16.
You can tell that he's eyeing it as though, even though he says it's a shoddy piece of work, he's eyeing it as though it's not.
So basically, yeah, he's holding back on me. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to remember that. So it's probably more than that. So probably more than 40,000. Okay, cool.
Oh, dude. I must admit, you don't see many fire emblems about.
Well, that's the impression we're getting. Do you know if this has any cultural significance at all?
Oh, it depends. certain Genasi clans have different ways of going about things, but most of them deal in special necklaces that often have different kinds of jewels. Different clans have different jewels, things of the like. I'm not too upon them, but Fire Emblem is not usually the most common that comes out of there. Even though they're rarer and hard to get hold of in the realms, the Genasi Diamond is the preferred one because of how rare it is. So it's actually more common out here than it is in their realm, because they basically mine it and they ship it all out. But if we talk about the topaz, then that's probably very specific to a particular clan. At least that's what I would think it as. And if you can find the right buyer, well, a member of that clan that might be wanting it back from the clan might pay a bit more, if you know what I mean. They might be wanting to go a bit further.
Fantastic. And do you know any Genasi that I can start off trying to find to sell this to?
I don't know of any within town, but let me think. I do have one name, and he starts going through his files. That would be a Mr. Newt.
Mr. Newt. Fantastic. And
N-O-O-T.
And how would I get hold of him? Do you have a contact? Bingo.
Yeah.
Do you have a contact address or a way of contacting him?
Mr. Newt's the professor at the Trinity Academy.
Oh, okay, grand. Thank you, Professor.
That isn't the...
It's the same school that Hal went to, and his wife.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the guy that we stole the scrying orb off of.
No.
Okay.
Fantastic. So I've got a bit more info about that.
Now I think about it, I probably should have made it that, because that would have been funnier.
No, that guy was an orc, and this guy is a Genasi, probably.
And just one last thing. Just anything about this necklace? Does any of it tie back into anything to do with like the Fell Knight, or does it have any significance towards that legend?
I wouldn't know much about the Fell Knight. I'm sorry, mate. No. But Mr. Newt would probably know more. He's Professor of History over there.
Okay, he definitely sounds like the sort of man I need to speak to. Fantastic. Okay, so I sort of close the illusion, and I sort of say to him, thank you very much for your time. And if I have any more valuations or pieces that I want to sell or buy, I'll definitely come to you first because of your help.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And I fuck off. I leave.
I run.
With a handful of nails under each arm.
Okay. So I would say that you guys have met up again, that you probably set up a meeting point afterwards, and after you're all
Look
done.
at me to keep remembering to do.
I'll just say that I came to where you went.
Kravis Jones has gone back home and all that, and you guys owe him 200 gold.
As is.
Okay, that's standard.
Bloody lawyers.
Hey, to be fair, you guys have actually quite a decent amount of gold right now.
I
So you're
know.
fine.
I'm just trying to keep us in the black. So yeah, we meet up, I'd say probably pretty much outside where Brack's blacksmithery is.
Okay. So you're looking for a Mr. Newt, Professor of History at the Trinity Academy.
But are we? There's some things we need to discuss.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Alorin.
Hello.
I approach Alorin and I sort of say, so how did it go?
Well, confirmed more that I think we need to be looking towards this Agate lady. Apparently she was in the will, but a few weeks ago it was amended, and while she is still mentioned, she receives nothing but pleasant wishes.
Curious.
We do, however, have a name and address of someone who knows where Agate lives, one Felicia.
And what's the story with her?
She supplies fine wines. I suspect that she's been a long-time friend of...
So probably not who we're looking for then. Probably just
I don't have much reason to suspect. She's not a... She only receives like 500 gold or something from the will. A majority of her estate goes towards her family, but quite worryingly, a quarter of it is going towards the sect. And from the information the lawyer has provided to us, Powder Cow seems quite invested in this.
So do we think Powder Cow stole the sword?
I don't know. All it seems to me is that a lot of the investigations that we're following seem to have his nose rubbed in it.
So who was the sword bequeathed to?
Him.
Okay,
It was
so then
it was bequeathed to him to sell on.
Okay, so then he'd have no reason to want to steal the sword.
No.
Okay, so we are looking towards someone that would benefit from not letting it fall into his hands and be auctioned off to the highest bidder.
Yes, but anyone who knew that it was going to be in his hands and then takes it anyway is pulling a mighty risk. They probably wanted to flee the city.
I think we should find this Agato lady as quickly as we can.
Certainly. What did you find out?
Nothing much really, just more of the same of what we know. I've got a strong suspicion that the necklace we saw was valued at 40,000, probably more than that. The diamonds apparently were forged by magic, and it all ties back to having different clans. There are symbols of different clans in the Genasi realm.
They even have different clans. You learn something new every day.
To find out more, I found out someone that we could have taken it to, or if I told the blacksmith that we potentially had a line on getting hold of this thing.
We're just standing outside his open window as we'd say this.
There's a professor of history at the Trinity Academy called Mr. Newt. They're going to give you a bit more info. Not only on that, but also the Fell Knight legend as well.
Interesting. Well, let's follow this Agate line. If it runs dry, then we'll speak to Mr. Newt.
I think that's where our priority should lie, because if she has stolen the sword and she wants to get out of it as quickly as possible, Mr. Newt can wait for another day.
Yeah. Right, so let's go find Felicia.
Okay, let's do it. So whereabouts
That was
does she
up
live? Alorin? So how long is that going to take us to get there?
5 minutes at most.
Okay, so let's mosey on up the road. What can we say while we're having that conversation? We were heading off.
Yeah,
direction,
that makes sense. That
That
makes
kind of
sense.
flows nicely.
So she's inside a kind of a middle class building, and it looks to be it's just average. It's just nice, and she's actually outside in the front lawn tending to the flowers. She seems to be doing some gardening.
Oh, she doesn't have hired hands to do it.
No,
That's a first for this area.
Okay, so we approach.
Yeah.
And then as we approach, does she notice us?
One odd
No,
sight
she doesn't.
walking up the road.
She doesn't.
she doesn't. She's too focused on her plans.
Boo.
Okay, I sort of clear. I've got my detective badge in my hand. I sort of clear my throat.
She glances up. Oh! Hello there. She's human. She stands up. Can I help you?
I flash her my badge.
Oh. Do you mind if I ask? I'm terribly sorry if this is rude, but what are you?
I am a merfolk.
And yes, that is rude.
Oh.
No, that was out of
pleasure to
character.
meet you.
That was out of
Pleasure to meet
character.
you too. And I shake her hand. And I sort of say to her, you know, your curiousness is to be expected. I take no offence.
That's good. That's good. Can I ask what? Oh, this will be about poor. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Whose name
I'm
the
afraid
craves
this
for.
is about Nesrin. May we have a moment of your time? This shouldn't take long.
Yes. You better come in quickly now. She glances around, noticing that the neighbours are staring as a strange guy in a plague mask and a fish person walk through her door.
It's like a joke, isn't it?
She leads you into a just a nicely decorated home. She sits you down on a comfy couch, and she sits nearby. Can I get you something to drink?
No, I'll
Tea,
be fine.
perhaps.
I'll be fine, thank you. Have you drank tea before?
I don't think so, no. What is it?
Would you like some?
What we do is we take leaves and we put them in very hot water.
Is it salty?
It can be.
I'll have one salty tea, please, miss.
She goes off and makes a standard cup of tea, but instead of sugar, she adds salt.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so I just sort of take it and I'm sort of a bit unsure of like what I was...
This will be interesting. Okay, so roll a d20. Constitution.
There's a D20.
14.
Wow, okay, he likes it.
16.
You love it.
Fantastic. Oh, Alorin, we'll have to get some of this salty tea for home.
I guess I wasn't going to buy any, but you've convinced me.
Do you want to try some?
Really not.
The salty tea adventures.
So she's sat back and she's got her fingers held together like that. So how may I help?
How much do you know about the Sword of the Fell Knight that Nesrin owned?
Not much on that, I'm afraid, but I know that it was quite valuable. But to be honest, I doubt it was the real thing. I mean, everybody claims to have something. There's a man up in the Golden Court that claims to have the full breastplate of the Fell Knight. Please, no.
He didn't have breasts.
He was a man one.
I know I shouldn't. I know I should expect those kinds of jokes from people that would name their investigative agency Big Dicks, but it always catches me off guard anyway.
We're tired. We're a bit loopy. It's fine.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, would you like to show the necklace?
Yes, of course. So, I sort of did a minor illusion. So, have you seen this before?
Of course, that was Agate's, but she gave it to Nesrin.
Do you know why she gave it to Nesrin?
It's a birthday present last year.
That's awfully
last year.
generous. We've heard that this thing is quite supremely valuable.
It can be for a genasi. Apparently, it's quite culturally significant. If they can become apparent. Okay, I'm not quite an expert on this, but apparently they can become blood imbued. That anybody that has it. When it is bequeathed over, that person can actually the genasi that hands it over always knows where they are and how that person is at any and all times.
The person, not the necklace.
The person, yes, the person that accepts the gift.
Oh,
Quite a useful surveillance tool then.
Do you say that in front of her? You go,
Can I send it as a message to
Well, I think the look that we give each other
Yeah,
sort of
it's
says,
kind of
I think
thinking
we're
the
thinking the same thing.
But in the future, if you're going to send something as a message, you got to let me know
Yeah,
before
boy,
you say it.
don't just say things in the character voice that is actually out of character, you mad
I'm not
fool.
allowed to do the character voice.
No, you're not.
And do we know if this one was blubbed into people? Bees are difficult, aren't they, with that? Would you know if this one was blood imbued?
I'm afraid there's not really any way to tell. At least not any way that I know.
Well, while we're talking about Agate, I've been led to understand that her and Nesrin may have had some disagreements over the last few weeks.
Yes. Agate argued that she should, okay. Agate kind of did a wrong.
How wrong?
She kind of snuck in, broke into the safe, and kind of looked at Nesrin's will.
Ooh.
That's very interesting.
Yes, we had to get a lawyer to do that.
We should have thought of that.
She has a copy in her safe.
We're not very good with safes. Not that we'd ever break into one. I don't think we actually have broken into any safes, have we?
No.
I say in
No.
character out loud.
Oh.
Your lack of certainty worries me.
We do a lot of things in our job. I only remembered the other week that I took a queen from a chess game that was unfinished. And apparently that's leading towards something, but for another day, I suppose.
If that was a dig at me for not following through with that, I will. Just give me time.
That wasn't a dig. I'm just feeling a bit peculiar this evening. It's interesting. And you wouldn't happen to be able to part with the information as to where Agate lives?
Is she a suspect?
We're looking at a few people. Agate is one of the people who we have on our suspected list.
And this is strictly to rule her out?
Of course. Look, we've spoken with the detective agency, and they are in high belief that it is simple. That it is a simple breaking and entering, spotted by the owner of the house, and what is one to do but to leave no witnesses. We're just making sure that that is an accurate assumption of theirs. You all right?
Okay. She lives in Green Court.
I think that is where I was.
Yes. She gives you the actual number of the house.
Oh, I've got Green Street there. Where's Green Court?
Sorry, Green Street. Yeah, Green Street. I don't know why I said Green Court.
I've solved the mystery.
She lives on Green Street.
Oh yes, I caught outside that house.
You did what?
What? Oh, nothing. We were scouting for we were looking for industrial areas to store some large items.
No, there's a good many warehouses on that level. Roll deception.
You vagabond.
Do I get an advantage for remembering that there were like storage facilities in that area?
No.
Oh. This dice hates me today. Deception. That's a 10.
She just shakes her head at you. Whatever. Yes, okay, so this is her address and she writes it down and she gives it to you.
Thank you very much. And I'm terribly sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
If there's any other information, do we have business cards?
I believe we do.
Yes, you do.
we do.
If you have any other information, or if you're ever in need of if you're ever in need of an investigation agency, give us a ring.
Big dick.
Yes, I know, it seemed like a good idea at the time, but it's just led to a lot of questions.
Okay.
And a lot of very unfortunate requests.
You should see our mailbox.
And we depart,
Okay.
I believe.
So you now have an address.
Cyreus, while I hate to admit it, I think it would be beneficial to have the good detective there with us when we speak to Agate.
I think it might be a good idea. I had an inkling of a plan.
Oh?
Yes.
I like your plans.
How easy it would be to gauge the reaction of the woman and find out if she did it or not. If the deceased showed up at her door
What?
and I cast Disguise Self on myself and appear as Nesrin.
God!
Imagine, for if you will, the very woman you murdered comes back to haunt you.
I knew I shouldn't have let you read the Agatha Christie novels.
If this is the route you wish to go.
Do you think it's a good idea? Because then she'd be like, oh my god, I thought I killed you. Like, I told you she did it.
I think I've seen that in an episode of Poirot once. It worked, but I'm not saying it's going to work here.
Well,
Why would that work?
it could work.
It shouldn't.
It'll work, I'm telling you. But yeah, okay, I reckon we should get Denton too.
Denton.
Denton, yeah. I reckon we should get Denton too.
So,
Share the credit.
rather than trying to figure out where he'd be at this particular point in time, I'm just going to say you went to a local guardhouse, got word to him, and he arrived within an hour.
Wonderful. So what time of day is it now?
It is approaching night time. It is approaching well into the evening now. You've been working all day.
Oh, we're going to be late for my party. Hooray!
Oh yeah.
It is now an hour until the party. The party
Okay.
is at 7, it is now 6.
Okay.
Fantastic. And is it still raining?
It is cleared up, the rain has cleared up, but it is still heavily overcast.
So much for Teke's blessing.
I
His
tell you
rain
what.
has only been a problem.
If I cast Disguise Self again and it starts raining again, then you know it's a good idea. But no, let's crack on. So, do you not think it's a good idea? I thought it was a good idea. Like, seriously.
We'll bring it up with Dendon
Okay,
and
I
see
just
what
think-
he says.
I just think it's a good way of cutting through the chaff. And
He arrives. So, you needed my help after all.
You are, after all, the official law enforcer. We can do no more than investigate. You are the one who, or rather, you and your men are the ones who need to do the arresting.
we thought it would be a good idea to bury the hatchet and share the credit for the arrest.
Not only that, but it would only be fair that we share the information that we've received, but we believe we have a pretty strong lead.
Who?
A Genasi lady by the name of Agate.
Let's go have a look then.
Yes, how would you suggest we go about this? We were just going to go and ask a few questions, see where the dice fall, and meta joke, and then act from there. But I don't know if it would be a good look if we were to just arrest her on the spot and then interrogate her.
I would say that if she's got nothing to hide, then she's got nothing to worry about.
Why don't we then
all three of us approach, go in to answer some questions. One of us pretends we need to use the restroom, has a little poke around, sees what they can find.
The restroom.
You guys deal with subterfuge way too much.
I was going to pretend to be an old lady.
Oh yes, what do you think of it? Tell him that his idea is stupid for me.
Actually, that sounds like it would be delightful.
How are you the chief detective?
I told you that it would be. Why have we not thought this idea before? Think of all the times I could have appeared as the murder victim and scared the shite out of them. It would have been incredible.
To be fair, anybody that knew the individual was dead would have the shit scared out of them at seeing the dead person come to life.
Yeah, what if I was her and I started going, I know you did it, I know you killed me.
And if it's a person that didn't do it, then that's still going to make them shit scared.
Alright, okay, if it all goes sideways then I'll do it, but not before then, okay? So I'm following your lead.
Okay, so you guys head to her house.
Okay.
The lights are off on the inside. There's no sign of movement.
Cyreus, I'll knock. You have a quick look through the windows.
Yeah, I haven't had dark vision, do you?
I don't. I think I just have regular dark vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got dark vision, so I can, I'll have a look through the windows, that's fine.
Yeah. So I knock.
Roll perception check.
So 1.
You can't see anything.
Clean your bloody windows.
Dirty window lady.
Dendon, would you like to make sure that there's no back way that she can escape?
No, 1 second.
She escapes through the front way. What a twist.
She escapes disguised as the old lady. Fuck.
Okay. You go up to the window. You can't see. You raise your hands, put your hand to the window, look there, and the entire frame.
Well, I found our way in.
That could be written off on the detective bill.
How
yes.
big's the window?
The window is more than big enough for you now to just go in. Yeah.
Is it bigger than a foot?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I was going to cast mending on it. Like, no harm done.
He just looks at you. I like him.
We'll put that down as that was already there in the police report.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the window came at me with a knife and I had to put it down.
The window was not complying. Resisted arrest.
Okay, so, but the thing is, as that smashes and you're able to now see perfectly inside the main living room, the light's off, there's no movement, there's no sound coming from the inside.
With your permission, Dendon, I think it might be a good idea if we let ourselves in.
Well, it does look like you already have, and let's face it, you've already done the breaking part, why not the entering part? Let's go.
How about we spin it this way? We were simply walking past the building and we found a broken window. And concerned for the occupants, we decided to investigate.
I'm already climbed through the window this morning. Yeah, that sounds great. Yes.
I'm gonna love putting charges on these boys when we're done. He climbs in with you.
What?
So,
That's a bust-ass window.
you guys start looking around. Are any of you being stealthy?
Yes, please.
Roll stealth.
We've broken a window.
Yeah, roll stealth.
7. I've got an 8.
I got a 5.
So you guys are trying very badly to be stealthy.
We've really got to be quiet.
No.
What?
And Investigator Dendon isn't even fucking bothering. He's just walking by, just going, "You guys are pricks." He just walks by, and you start looking in, and no one's home.
Okay, if we split up, do you want one of us to go up top, one of us to go bottom?
I was just going to ask, do I recall the scent of blood from earlier?
Roll.
Ooh, okay. Was this a roll survival or?
Survival.
Okay, modified 20.
Modified 20. You smell it. It's coming from the bathroom.
Am I able to find blood spots on the floor?
Or
Or just blood in general?
Not on the floor. Looks like by that point she had probably wrapped her hand around some, her hand or something like that up. So you walk inside the kitchen, it's a kitchen bathroom, and you find blood spots in the sink. quite a bit of blood. Likely a wound had been cleaned.
Okay. I'm just trying to find a way to convince Dendon of this. I suspect this might be the same blood that we found in the mansion.
You and your capabilities with blood are starting to concern me.
I'm a doctor. I have an affinity for it.
Roll deception. Let's see.
I am a doctor.
Yeah, but you're using that as your excuse when that's not the answer. Oh.
14. No. 14.
No.
He eyes you and leans in. I don't believe you.
14.
Oh, so now you're a detective.
You
14.
realise I still have you. I still have you on breaking and entering. Keep pushing.
Now I didn't break.
Entering then. Trespassing.
I don't. Okay, I was going to say I don't believe entering is illegal.
Trespassing
Oh yeah, how
is.
did you get in here? You're out of character. You're a vampire. How did you get in? Because you didn't get invited.
How?
So I think back. Did
Thank you for joining us on this week's
No. It's not an oversight.
That's a good question.
I'm going to search upstairs.
I have no idea. See, can't be anything wrong with me. I'm in the building.
Not like a vampire would be able to do. If that is indeed what you think I am.
Okay, so you're gonna have a look around. You're gonna what?
I was going to say I rolled to see if I could make sense of why I would be in here and it would be okay, but I rolled a 2.
You've got no fucking clue. You realised that you should be able to, but you've no idea why.
I think I have an out of character understanding
Same.
of why, but
Okay, so
That's
I'm
not
gonna head up the stairs and check up the stairs.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go up the stairs and then onto the landing. I'll roll a perception to see what I see when I get up there. 18 perception. So it's a 19, Craig.
Okay. You everything seems perfectly fine on the landing, but you start smelling smoke.
Okay, do I know where it's coming from?
No, kind of the smoke, not smoke, but the stale smoke of something that had been burned but is currently no longer burning.
Okay. Okay, so what's the layout like of the rooms?
It's a basic standard corridor, and to the right is a it's L-shaped corridor. You went up the stairs there, L-shaped corridor there. You've got your another bathroom on to the right, and here is 2 doors that lead into 2 different rooms.
Okay, so I'm gonna have my spear ready, just in case, because I think there's no one here, but I don't know. And then I'm gonna head towards the bathroom and open the bathroom door.
Nothing in there.
Okay, so I'm gonna come back the way I came, go around the L, and just the first door I come to there, I'm gonna open.
Inside that door, there's nothing. And by nothing, I mean there's nothing. It's as though the place was cleaned out, boxed up.
Okay. There's literally
In a hurry.
Okay.
There's a few random boxes here and there, a few clothing and a few items missed, but there's still bedding on the bed. But the thing is, it looks like everything was packed. Everything that was important was packed up. This looks particularly like the either used as a secondary bedroom or guest bedroom, though. It doesn't look like the main bedroom.
Okay, I'm going to head down the corridor and check out the rest of the rooms.
The next bedroom is the main bedroom, and there is a bundle of bed sheets inside the corner that look to have been partially burnt. But
Okay.
they're burnt in a weird way.
I'm going to roll an investigation on the burnt bed sheets.
Mm-hmm.
6 investigation. It's a 7.
It's just burnt to you. It looks like something accidentally either or on purpose caught them on fire.
Okay. And is there any more rooms up here?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna head back down to meet up with the boys that are downstairs.
okay, yeah, I'm
Where are you
also I'm investigating the downstairs. So what do I see first of all? Perception to begin with, or
Mm-hmm.
22.
You find a bunch of. You notice that there's nothing personable. Pictures, everything like that is gone. Files, paperwork, all that is gone. There is a couple of a chest of there's a chest of drawers and stuff like that inside the corner, stuff like that. There's a couple of places that look like stuff could be stored, but other than that, this person seems to have moved very rapidly, which might explain why you were able to enter. It's no longer considered her property.
I thought,
Or at the very least,
Yeah.
she doesn't consider it her property
I
anymore.
thought that we'd find her dead or something, so therefore it's been abandoned that way.
As long as a person doesn't consider it their home anymore, that also counts.
Well, Den, is this proof enough for you that this is the perpetrator?
What, that they decided to skip town right quickly? I admit it's suspicious, but...
Not only that, but they had an item of jewellery that they had gifted the victim, which could be used to track their every movement. The sword could be used by people of this perpetrator's specific race.
Okay, you may have something on there, but it's hardly definitive proof until we find her.
And how are we going to find her? Because it looks as though she might have attempted to skip town.
Oh, natural 20. He looks around and he goes up to one of the chest of drawers. There must be something, and he just starts pulling out drawers. And roll a perception check quickly.
That's a 20.
Natural 20, did you say?
No. I know it's over 20. It's a 24.
You notice something that he just missed. He opened one and closed it, and there was a pamphlet in there.
Centre Parks. Yeah, I said you're not a very good investigator, are you? And I grabbed the pamphlet.
It seems to be a pamphlet for a particular boat in the docks called the Oarsman.
I'm good at my job.
He just glances at it. Shut up! And just and then walks out.
Okay, as I'm heading down the stairs, I tell the guy
Just so you
about...
know, as you're glancing over the pamphlet, you do notice that there is a time listed on the pamphlet.
What time?
6:30.
Shit! We've got like 15 minutes on.
Yeah, you've been here for 10, so you've got 20 minutes before that boat leaves.
Fucking hell, that's the other side of bloody town.
Yeah, have fun.
Right, Dent, what's the fastest way there?
Suppose we could get a cab and a carriage and ask them to speed up.
Gladly. Cyreus, we're leaving.
But my bed sheets.
I'll buy you some new ones!
Okay, where's the nearest body of water?
The docks. Where you headed?
Because isn't Heaps River too contaminated to swim in for you?
No, it's not actually.
But
Yeah.
even so, it's...
Yeah, but I've got a swim speed of 60. How fast can a horse move?
A horse can move. I think
I
it
think
might
in
be
charging-
45.
At charge, I thought it was 60.
At a charge, yes, they
Yeah.
can reach 60, but their standard movement speed, I believe, is 45. This is people in the comments telling me I'm wrong.
Okay, so whereabouts
we ever
is
have-
this?
Question! Can I go on boats okay?
Yes.
I know running water harms me, but
Okay, so where was that running water, sorry, that you pointed out?
it's like there. I think by the time you run to there, we'll be near enough.
So it's here, it's the closest
Yeah,
way
that's
I'm getting.
that white strip there is the river.
Okay, so without telling me too much, would it be... Okay, so if we went that way, so which way would the carriage take us, just in your opinion?
I
Finn?
assume
Like that
it would
way...
cover the main road.
Okay, so once we got to here, I could leap in and try and go around. It's going to save some time. I could possibly get in the way. I could try and hold the boat up, something.
The carriage will be slow because it's having to pull weight as well.
I'm
Horse
not that
won't be-
heavy.
Yeah, but it's a horse trying to pull a full fucking carriage, irregardless of the people on it. It's not
So-
going to be able to reach its max speed.
Even at 45. I mean, I can walk at 45, but I need
No,
Dendit.
it won't be able to reach its max charge. I mean,
Okay.
so it'll probably only be able to reach
Like an
50
old
rather than
iPhone.
60.
Okay, hang on then.
You might just have to race there and see what you can do.
Yeah, okay, my plan is if we can race there and then the closest, like the point where it gets the closest to the water, I'm going to leap off the carriage, run across, dive in the water and try and get around. That's my plan at the moment.
Okay, so you guys get inside there. You pay a little bit extra for the carriage driver to basically fucking book it. And as it goes closer to, as they start getting closer to the water, roll an acrobatics check.
Okay, so whereabouts are we now on the map?
Is that okay?
Yes.
What's my acrobatics like? Acrobatics not a good one, but 15,
Okay.
16.
You make it perfectly fine.
Okay, so I've leapt down from the carriage and I've just sort of like, I've basically like perfectly dived into the water.
That particular distance would have taken usually an average of 45 minutes, and you have only 20 minutes to get there. It reaches the 20 minutes by the time you arrive, and you see the boat has started to leave. It is just pulling away from the door, from the anchor has been pulled up.
Okay, so just give me a bit more context. So whereabouts am I in relation to the boat and anchor?
In relation to the boat and anchor, you are still around. Whoa.
You alright?
I almost fell over. You are around. Where did you jump in?
Here.
There.
Here, I would say you are at the point where the.
You're at the delta?
Yeah, that there.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
And where are the boys?
We're pulling up to the dock, I think you said.
Yes, you'll have only just pulled up to the dock. There's little way for you to be able to get there though, but I suppose you could make it onto the boat with a running jump if you wanted to try.
I will die if I miss. Denton, I don't suppose you know how to stop a boat?
Not when it's already pulled out of the dock.
Okay, I'm gonna bomb it as fast as I can to try and catch it with the boat.
Roll.
11. What's the
This will be a athletics.
Okay, 11 plus 5, 16.
Ooh, nice. You make it.
Okay, so
you manage to get up to the boat. You're now right next to the boat. You can right next to the side of the boat.
okay. I am then going to cast, using my sorcery points, which I forget, I'm going to cast like Subtle Spell and Quicken Spell, just basically do it instantly, right there, right now. I'm going to cast Sleet Storm over the entire ship to try and make it stop.
Ooh, nice!
So,
Okay, so what does Sleet Storm specifically do? Do tell.
Okay, so Sleet Storm, load of sleet, right? Comes down in a storm. Let me just find it on the old thing. So, Sleet Storm.
Don't mind me, I'm just stroking my pussy under the table.
Oh, misses.
Why?
Freezing rain and sleet fall in a 20-foot tall cylinder with a 40-foot radius centered on a point you choose within range. So I'm going to cast that point as kind of the middle of what I perceive to be the middle of the ship, try and cover the entire ship with the sleet storm. The area is heavily obscured and exposed flames in the area are doused. The ground in the area, it's not ground, but
wood.
So the wood is covered with like slick ice and stuff. So it's really dangerous to be on that boat now.
You hear commotion from on the boat, and some of the people saying, "What's going on here? Who's doing that?" Because they can tell the magic has been cast.
Okay, so you know where the anchor is. Obviously, that's got a chain, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Is the anchor still? Can I grab hold of it?
It was halfway being pulled up. Yes, you can grab hold of it. So roll athletics to climb it.
I'm going to grab it and climb it. 17.
Oh, that
18,
worked out well.
18.
You climb it like a goddamn spider monkey.
Okay, and then I'm going to leap onto the shore and we're wielding, not the shore, but onto the boat.
Onto the boat.
Yeah, wielding my spear. I'm going to say, I'm just going to sort of, I'm trying to
What
get
are you giggling at?
I'm just imagining it's like, yeah!
And that's what I'm going to do. I've leapt onto the boat and I were like, nobody move. Who here is Agate?
Oh, okay, you're actually...
There's a guard on the boat that's approaching you and pulls out a gun and aims it at you.
I flash my badge. Which one of you is Agate?
He wavers and looks at Agate.
Genasi, I'm in a rush. Where is she?
You hear someone scuffling at the back, and then you hear a splash in the water.
That can't be good for her.
That can't be good for her. Oh, fuck, I'm going to go back in the water again.
Roll perception.
My perception's not bad. That is a 14.
You see her. You saw a splash, but you didn't see her. And then about a minute later, she bursts out of the water onto the dock, climbing up, and she's got a roll on her back that is particularly long. That basically looks like it's bedding that's been wrapped around something that she's got strung over her back.
Get a nice
So
Dende, is that remind me? Is that the act of an innocent person?
just get her, you git.
Okay, so I've called off the sleet stall now, and I'm apologising profusely to the guards. I had to disrupt the schedule.
Sorry, wrong boat. Sorry.
Roll athletics to go after her.
Yeah. Athletics.
Okay,
Acrobatics.
Athletics.
Acrobatics.
Do you want to flip there?
Athletics wouldn't. Acrobatics wouldn't have helped.
What did you get?
A 2.
No, she's faster than you. She
I'm 45 walk speed.
doesn't matter. She ran through a she ran down a alleyway before you could get to her. Guess by this point you have also reached the shore because you are a fast swimmer.
I've just dived straight in. I've reached the shore where she is.
Not even going to make you roll for that. You're capable of diving.
Once I've gone to the shore, did I see which way she went?
Roll perception.
12... 13.
Yes, you did. So, or at the very least, you can see the direction that the splashes of water from her have went, and you see him running down the alley after her.
Okay, I'm going to start booking it. I've only got I'm quite slow. I've only got a 20 walk speed, but I'm going to start running as fast as I can.
So can I still see her?
Yes.
Okay.
So
how far ahead of me is she?
She is about your movement speed ahead, but she is also moving at a similar speed. So
would it slow me down to cast a magics?
Depends on the magics.
Guiding bolt. That I'm just asking because I'm going to threaten her.
So are you casting it in front of her or on her?
Well, okay. First of all, I want to roll for an intimidation first, if that's okay.
Sure, but how are you intimidating her at this point?
By yelling at her.
Okay, so what do you yell?
I yell,
Bitch, freeze!
I'll just yell, Agate, stop now before I make you stop!
Ooh, roll.
Ooh, okay, I'm not a spooky person, but intimidation, that is a 22.
Ooh, nice. She stops and she turns to you. She has pale skin, red hair. She looks human, but her eyes are yellow rather than normal colour.
Okay,
we're back.
okay. So, yes, she is stopped, and I believe that you have rejoined us as we are running up to her now.
The moment she stops, she turns around, pulls off the thing from her back and holds it to herself. Leave me alone!
You didn't have to kill her.
Leave me alone.
We can't do that, Agate. You murdered an old woman.
This is mine. She wouldn't let me have it.
That may be so. That doesn't justify what you did, does it?
Okay, can I roll to sort of stealth? And I'm going to kind of try and... How far away is she?
You're in the middle of a tight alleyway. If you want to stealth by, you're going to get disadvantage.
No, what I mean is I want to kind of slowly start moving closer and closer towards her. But
Okay.
So how far away am I at the moment?
You are about 30 feet.
Okay.
So just within range.
Okay, so I'm going to try and just cover another 5 feet, just very stealthily, okay?
No.
Nine.
9. 9.
The moment you start moving, she pulls open the cloth on it and pulls out the sword. It is a large, great sword, but she seems to wield it as though it has no weight at all.
Like, because it's magic, so we can, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it is encrusted with multiple jewels, and the moment both her hands grip it, suddenly it wreathes itself in pure, in orange flame, and her red hair suddenly ignites in flame as well.
So it's true, you are a Genasi.
Half.
You don't look like a genie.
Do you want to stab in the head? Is that what you're aiming for here?
She just stares at you.
Sorry, I've only heard of you in books.
You'd be like Welfring Tug, because you don't believe in it. You'd be like, fuck it out! Okay, so my stealth attempt failed, but I'm sort of holding my spear sort of in a ready position, and I'll sort of say to her, so please, you don't want to do this any more than I do.
Dendon has now arrived because he was jogging to keep up with you guys, but he's slow.
So is he!
He arrived panting. You guys are fast. Oh, you found her. Well, come along, love. Come along. Let's get you. Let's get you in the lockup. I'm too tired.
Come on, back to the jail with you. Come on.
And so what was it you said to her? Was you or did you say something?
I said. You don't want to do this as much as I do.
She goes, "Oh no, I really think I do." And she raises the blade and slashes it down. The moment it hits the ground, fire erupts in a long length directly towards you guys. Roll initiative.
Okay.
Oh, wow, initiative. We haven't had to do this for a while.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Oh.
You're going first.
9.
And she is... Okay, she's going last. Oh, okay. It goes you, Dendon, then you, and then her.
Okay.
But we are starting on her turn, and then it will go to you.
Okay.
Blake. The fire erupts towards you, towards all of you. All of you, roll dexterity saving throw.
Oh.
Can I not do some athletics? Can I not just like try and jump and like kick off a wall?
No, because you're in the middle of combat. Just roll dexterity saving throw to
dexterity is not one of my good ones. Athletics is one of my good ones.
Roll a dexterity saving throw.
I failed.
11. I got a 12 there.
I failed.
How bad?
I got a 6.
Okay.
It's not the worst, but not good.
The ground cracks as the flame erupts towards you guys, and but trash and all that starts to curl up from the heat. And because of how tight the alleyway is, it's very difficult for you to move out of the way. And the fire basically washes over you for 14 points of damage.
Okay, might I remind you that you said an episode or two ago that we had after the game that we had leveled up, but we never actually did that.
You said we had
so
experience.
We are at a slight disadvantage here.
We did forget to sort out levels, didn't we?
Yeah. So I just want you to remember that as you kill us.
Do a quick roll of your hit points to see how many extra hit points you got. There you go.
Okay.
Make it good, Nathan. Make it good. Make it good.
That's an extra 4.
So I got. How do you know how much you add on?
You should have it written down in there. So an extra D8.
1d8. Okay.
So roll a d8.
And that's going to be plus your Constitution as well.
Is that a d8?
No, the D8 is the diamond one.
You could have said yeah. I could have got like 12.
Oh, is this a D8? Oh, look at that! I'm a 20.
3 plus 2. Oh, wow. 3 plus 2, so 5.
Yeah.
So I'm on 35.
Yeah.
So that's down to it's minus 14, so it puts me at 21.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You've got more health than I do.
It'll be alright, Nathan. I got this.
But would that be 21? 14. 15 plus 15 is 30. So
No, she.
Oh,
he
you're
had-
on 35.
yeah,
So yes, it would be. And what are you on?
15.
Oh.
That took half of my health. Near enough.
It's alright. It's my go in a minute.
I'll be fine. It's alright.
I will. No, you'll be fine.
I'll be
I
fine.
hope.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine.
It is your go.
Okay. Is it now considered difficult terrain because it's all smashed?
Oh,
No, you're fine.
did Dendon get hurt?
Yes, he did actually. He did. Also
He gets
disintegrate.
incinerated. Like, just a crisp.
You don't notice because he just
The skeleton just dissolves behind us.
like what's her face in Terminator 2.
Yeah.
You guys can keep a hold of your hit points, but I need to write to keep hold of his, so that I can actually remember. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm 30 feet away.
Yes.
Right. I don't.
You have your
I
spear of chromatic or chromatic damage and stuff.
I am gonna make a leaping sort of like lunge attack on her. How is she holding the sword?
Two-handed.
So is she holding? It's been smashed into the ground. So is it now like on the
It's
ground?
like that, yeah.
I'm gonna make a leaping attack, like aimed at where, like sort of like where her forearms and her hands and where it's all kind of connecting to the sword. So I'm gonna try and like knock her
So
off.
you're
the
gonna
sword.
run up and jump and then attack.
Yeah, like Aquaman would do.
Okay,
I'm gonna be
okay.
chasing Momoa with this.
Okay, roll to hit.
Okay. Just remember how badass it look if it landed. Just remember that
If you get a natural 20, you got it.
when you're sorting out your DC.
Calling
stuff.
the attack.
Oh.
10 plus your attack bonus.
Plus, yeah.
So that'd be 15.
You hit her. She, your blade slashes down. She moves just out of the way, and your blade comes down and slices open part of her calf. She steps back.
Why's she bringing cows with her?
She steps back. She steps back and with blood drooling down her leg. Do you want to do anything as a bonus action?
I was having a little look at when a creature you hit. Oh, it's a cantrip. When a creature fails a saving. Okay, that sort of stuff. Okay, so I am going to
Roll the damage.
Yeah, I need to roll damage, but I also need to. Can I do that with like ice damage? Because she's a fire lady.
If you want to use your chromatic ice, go for it.
Yeah. Okay, so I need to roll for damage originally, then roll 1d4
Of
the
ice damage,
Okay,
yes.
wonderful. So I'm going to do that now. So it's 1d8 piercing. I just had the 8 as well. That's an 8.
Yes.
Yeah. Because it only goes up to 8. That's how you know. Okay, that's an 8.
Ooh, nice.
That's how you know.
That's how you know. And then
Yeah.
ice damage is 4.
Max damage, nice.
So that's 12.
This is plus your modifiers. Remember.
Oh, strength.
Strength.
Yeah.
that should be.
So it's plus 2.
Okay.
So total 14 damage.
That's what she did to us. Repaid her in kind.
An eye for an eye.
Yes, you did.
So it's Dendon's turn.
Yes, it is. Dendon. Dendon is going to pull out his crossbow. And
He's
going
got a
to fire
crossbow.
it.
He's like a werewolf hunter. He's awesome. I like.
And we
These
like
are-
him now, do we?
These are alcohol free. Can I point out? Just so you.
Speaking of, could you shot me another one?
Yeah, of course, we are sponsored this evening by Heineken.
We're not sponsored.
Well, now they have to give us money because I said we were.
Now, do you realise it's actually illegal to claim that you're sponsored when you're not?
Is it?
That's why I have to do a quick disclaimer of saying we're not sponsored.
Oh shit! I need to change my Twitter feed. I've been like sponsored by Sony, sponsored by Microsoft, just trying to get free shit.
It's called false advertising if you claim association with something that you are not actually associated
Oh
with.
well, if we don't see me next time, that's because I'm in stir. They've locked me up in like worm with scrubs, being a wrong'un.
He only just hit her.
No, I didn't. I didn't do that. No one proved that. I didn't do anything.
Great, cut that out for me.
Cut what out?
What you said.
Okay. What, that he didn't hit her?
Yeah.
The crossbow bolt, as she steps back from your cut, she's a little bit off balance, and as you kind of look up from your stance, you see a crossbow bolt suddenly just go slam right into her left shoulder, and she just grips it and yells out in pain.
So it's only one hand on the sword now.
Yes.
Does the sword go out?
No.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Okay, that's fine. So she's gone a bit off balance, a bit staggery.
Yep. It
awesome.
is now your go.
So if you can knock her other hand off the sword, we can end this.
Okay.
One second, I actually need to put in this.
Okay. I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt on her from a level 3 spell slot.
Ooh.
Which, if hits, would be 6d6 of radiant damage, but I have to successfully perform a spell attack on her.
Are you?
Is it a
Is that
to
subdued
hit
damage?
or saving throw?
My hit.
Okay,
Is
roll.
that subdued damage?
No.
Fuck this bitch. Go ahead.
I think there's some actual vitriol coming from Craig.
Yeah.
He hates this character he made.
Nah, she's fine. Go ahead.
She's alright, not the best work. It's not gonna kill her. Does a 17 hit?
Yes, it does.
Okay. It's gonna kill her. I'm gonna borrow your d6 if that's alright.
We're now charged with manslaughter.
Okay, so that's 4. Move that out of the way. Do you think Watts' dick was trying to like subdue the damage of a crossbow through her shoulder?
Yeah, but he has the shoulder.
9 plus it, so 15 damage in total. Do I add anything onto that?
Yes, you add your spell bonus.
That is wisdom, so 19 damage in total.
Nice. Nathan. Coming in as the MVP.
And also, the next attack against her gets advantage.
Ooh.
Very nice.
So, as you activate a guiding bolt, radiant power blasts down against her. Down against her, and
She's dead.
she manages to keep her composure. Though she goes down almost onto one knee, and
Aww.
she lets out a roar of anger. And with it now being her turn, as soon as you are closest, she...
Who's closest?
He is.
Oh, good.
Because he's right next to her. She
You can take another hit.
slashes up with the blade. Hard.
Ooh.
What is your DC?
What have you got?
She got a 14.
It's 15.
I've got 14.
You've got 14?
Yeah.
It hits.
Yeah, we're doing...
It's on or higher.
Yeah, attacker wins.
Oh, sorry, I meant 15.
Is it 15?
No, it's not.
14?
It is 15.
Okay. So her blade manages to just hit you, and unfortunately, it hits flesh.
Oh, not your fish flesh. She's filleting you.
It's a really horrible smell of like sort of McDonald's fillet of fish in there now.
And this does initial damage of...
That's out of initial damage. That means there's more damage coming in a minute.
standard slashing damage of 1d10 at first.
That's standard, is it?
Oh, that's nice. But I guess it is like a magic. It is a magic old-timey sword, isn't it? So it makes sense that it really hits.
Oh, they used to build them so strong.
Yeah, they used to do. Yeah. The Fell Knight wasn't
That does
wiping out
3.
armies with like.
And then 3d6 of fire damage.
Well, I mean, the 3 was a good start, so I'm on 17.
Let's just leave it at that 3.
So I'm on 17. So have I got anything that's sort of?
That's 14 fire damage and 3 standard slashing damage.
So
that's
17.
4, 5, 6, 7 with her modifier at 7. 8, that's 19 damage.
Okay, I'm on 2.
Okay, that's alright. I'm gonna.
2 health.
Don't worry, baby. I'm gonna heal you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So her blade slices straight up through into your sternum. It even scrapes against bone. So you are blood is currently gushing
And
down.
that's bad. She's got like really thin, wiry bones
Yeah.
that really get in your teeth if they're not pulled out
And you can
properly.
choke on them.
Yeah.
Choke on
It's
my
a
bone,
bad
mate.
time. No.
Stop saying that to me. Told you no.
Don't alert the authorities again.
It's my go, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to kind of like do a backwards roll out of there. So I
Okay.
can get a bit of distance, and I'm going to throw my net at her.
Okay.
So you get all the ladies.
If you realise that moving away from her will give her an opportunity, an attack of opportunity.
I'm going to throw my net at her from where I'm standing now.
Okay, considering how close you are and in the confined space, you unfortunately have disadvantage. By the way, no, because of your initial attack, it then cancels itself out, so it becomes standard roll.
Yeah, thank you for wasting it.
Shut up, it's going to be good. This is going to be good.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I've thrown it. 12. What do I do? What's it on?
It's for this you use dexterity.
So
Dexterity saving for it.
No,
Save-
not saving.
Okay, just a flat
Standard.
dexterity.
13.
One short, I'm afraid. You go to wrap it around her and all that, and she steps back. She's got an AC of 14.
So
She
I don't
manages
much.
to step just outside of its range.
And she's stepping backwards away from me. So that means they're an attack of opportunity.
Let's see how far she steps back.
20 feet. She's got long legs.
No, I'm afraid she literally just dodges off to the side a bit, but you are unfortunately not able to get
Toro.
into opportunity. Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to quickly make sure I understand how this works. So, using Quicken Spell, so I can use my spell as a bonus action.
Aye.
And then if I cast something like, say, Chill Touch on her, which is an attack cantrip, would that mean that I then could use the Curse of the Sea ability that I have? So once per turn when you cast a spell, you can trigger the curse. Oh no, there's no. That's fine. I'm going to use Shatter with my Quicken
Shatter,
Spell.
okay.
So I'm going to use Shatter.
Tell me Shatter.
So that's what I
Think I
used a
remember
lot
this.
earlier on, if we remember.
Yeah.
So let me just find. Well, I say earlier on, the other day, if we
Do you remember how much damage it does?
I just need to have a quick look, and I'll soon let you know. And I'm just going to try and hit as much damage on her as I can before she kills me.
You okay?
Yeah, and I was trying to see whether a spell would work, but it won't because of a very specific way it's worded something.
Oh yeah.
It's more, I'll let you know, I was, Prayer of Healing. I was going to see if I could cast it on myself as well as other people, but the description says up to 6 creatures you can see.
Yeah.
I can't see
There
myself.
is actually a particular skill that a cleric gets later on in levels that will allow you to then target yourself as well as healing another person. You currently do not have that.
Okay, so a sudden loud ringing noise, painfully intense, erupts from a point of your choice within range. Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point must make a Constitution saving throw. So can I cast it behind her so it literally only hits her?
Yeah.
Okay, so you need to make a Constitution saving throw against my spell save DC, which is
Yes.
14. Okay, lovely. And then
Bit of an interruption. So yeah, she rolled a 1. So that
fantastic.
takes
Yay.
double damage.
So it'll be 3d8 thunder damage twice. So what I'll do is I'll roll. Have you got a d8 as well there, Nathan?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll just do these 3 times, isn't it? No, it's 3, not 6. So I'll just do it.
Yeah.
7 and 5 is 12.
Yes, and
So
then roll more.
So 12. 6. So that's
18,
18
and double
twice.
that.
36, I believe.
36.
I believe.
Okay, so
Oh, that was a good time to do that.
that was 1 second. I need calculator here because my maths is terrible.
The answer is -5.
Your math is terrible. It's 46, Craig, that I just did damage then.
How much damage did you say?
36.
36.
Yeah, 18 twice, 36.
Okay. I thought you were trying to pull one over.
I'm an honest man. Sometimes.
So, the moment you blast that, 1 second, I'm going to, because of the particular thing that you did and how much damage you did, she screams as it blasts and you've deafened her.
Well, great. Now we can't,
Message. It's fine. We've done this before. It's alright.
She's clutching her ears. You see blood coming out of her ears. It is Dendon's go. He fires another crossbow bolt. Sorry. This one, this crossbow goes and slices straight into her thigh
This is good. It's sexy.
for 8 points of damage. What are you gonna do?
well, I'm going to try and help things out a little bit. I'm going to cast Prayer of Healing.
Gotcha.
I can't cast it on myself, so it's just going to be Cyreus and Dendon.
Sweet. Cheers, man.
And I'm going to cast that from a level 3 spell slot, which means it's going to be 3d8 plus my Wisdom modifier.
All good. You're currently at 2 health, aren't you?
He is, yeah, so that's 8, 16, so that's 20 points of health back for both you and Dendon.
Thank you. So that's 20 points back.
Dendon's unhurt, so he's just like,
cheers.
thanks,
He got hurt in the fire swordy bit.
Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So that's fine.
Oh, he's back at full health. Actually,
Yeah.
Technically 5 over, but whatever.
Don't count that, does it? No. Alright, so that's
So
both
you're
my
on
level.
21, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah. 22.
22.
22. Okay, so
That's going to have to be my turn done.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just making sure that when I said 36, I was actually right. It is actually, because I don't want to cheat. So yeah, I was actually right.
Back, she's clutching her ear with one hand and looking at you guys. Leave me alone, please. She turns the she turns the blade upside down and uses it to lean on, with the blade against the floor. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to leave.
Surrender, and you can tell us all about it.
Are you messaging that?
Yeah. I was basically saying like just surrender over a minute.
I was going to use part of my turn, but I figured out they're probably just going to kill her anyway. So basically message to her, we have a doctor, we can heal you, but you have to surrender first.
But I was going to say surrender. Surrender.
Surrender. Surrender.
I can't. I really can't. If I do, I'm as good as dead anyway.
Yeah, this is when morality starts to get in the way. And we've got a detective, so he can't be illegal.
Roll persuasion. And see how persuasive you were.
That's a 19.
I want to, but if I give up, I need to leave the city. That was the deal. I need to leave the city.
I'll sort of say through a message, surrender. Between the four of us, we can work out some sort of solution. We'll do everything we can to try and like, keep you alive and keep you safe.
Roll persuasion again.
16.
She shakes her head. Nah. I can't. She then raises the blade up and slams it down into the ground. And erupts in a ball of fire.
What she does?
Yes. 1 second. Everybody roll dexterity saving throw.
No!
Stop making
I'm
me
bad
do
at
this.
those.
Oh, Dendon just failed his with a 7.
Oh, well, Dendon failed with a 7. What do I get with an 8?
I got an 11.
It's got to be an 8 to pass,
We've all
right?
taken a licking out of this.
Okay.
I just used my heal spell. Oh no. Oh, Craig, be gentle. Daddy Janassi, be gentle.
Everyone takes 24 hit points.
That's killed us all.
The blast erupts out, killing even her.
Well, we're unconscious, we're not dead.
The walls, the walls everywhere just become cracked and cindered. There's a crater in the ground, and
We have taken a
everything's
licking here, Nathan.
erupted.
We're not going to make it back for the party.
Oh no! The alleyway smells of fish sticks, but that's the most important thing.
Okay,
So you're both unconscious, aren't you?
we can cut this, but I just want to ask, what do you want to do? Would you like to end it here, or would you like to go, time passes, you wake up here?
Let's end it here. We'll see what happens next session.
That's mighty unfortunate. But hey, seeing as how we're both dead / unconscious, we don't have to do the case notes.
Yeah, no case notes.
No homework!
Okay.
Yeah, case notes! Case notes that you haven't done since episode 2!
We didn't have to.
We're dead, so it doesn't really matter.
No, we have done them. We have done all the ones that are necessary. There haven't been any necessary ones for a couple of episodes.
I'll give you that. For this one, what shall we call this, by the way?
I don't know. The only idea I have is where there's a will, there's a way. but
I like that.
do you like it?
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
we can't have like Genasi or anything in the title, but
Will I am, will I was, will I will be.
no. Okay, yeah, you've convinced me.
Will I will be.
So you get I don't know. Are you happy with anything?
I'm happy with where there's a will, there's a way.
Okay. In that case, we'll settle on that one. You have some very interesting writing experiences ahead of you, don't you?
I do.
Are you happy with this as an ending?
Very much so.
I'm interested to see what happens.
Wonderful.
So we're all basically just lying there unconscious, slightly smoky in an alleyway.
What do you make of the
I'm
events
having
that
to
have
keep
happened?
my mouth shut.
Why?
No. I might be considering mentioning the IRA, but I don't want to.
So, what do you make of the events? So let's go a bit meta here. What do you make of the events going on? What do you think has happened? Why do you think she did this?
I feel like Powder Cal is trying to get as much of a grip on the city as possible.
So I think it's more a case of, here's a woman who has stolen it from Powder Cow. I mean, if he didn't want to auction it, he didn't have to. He could have just kept it himself. It was coming to him anyway. He just had to kill her. So unless she was supposed to deliver it to him, but from what she's been saying, I don't think she would have delivered it to him. Unless she's double-crossed him and now she's on the way out of the city. But why would you pick her when there's thieves available? So it seems like she's done it from her own motivation. I think there's a lot going on with the quarter of their money going into the sect sort of bank account, so to speak. I think there's probably someone out there that stands to benefit a lot. That's the leader of the Swallow sect that's bumping off the members to get as much money as possible. So that might be an avenue we could explore. Might be something interesting. It's Craig's right with that, but that's a really good idea. I'm going to write down his notes.
Now, I already know all the answers. In fact, I have the answers here just in case you had discovered them during this, because there are people that you could have chosen to speak to, and with good roles, maybe.
There is one person who we did not speak to.
Yeah, but we could have, if we had like a brainwave, we could have gone and spoken.
No, we also didn't speak to an ellipsis, but that road kind of died. So
But there's actually two people that you didn't speak to, but one of them you, irregardless of how many times he's put before you, refused to go see him.
what, Powder Cow?
You could always go talk to him.
He's an arsehole.
I've been there, haven't I?
You've went to
Yeah.
speak to him once.
Yeah, so I've been. Just go for it, dude. Just
No, he makes
put
me
your big
nervous.
boy pants on. Let's go have a word with him. Go have a chat. He'll be alright.
No.
Go on.
He scares me. Do you think he'll accept my invitation to the prom?
The next episode will take place very
He's
specifically.
being very. So we're still alive though.
Yeah.
Like, let's go to get back. Oh yeah. By the way, you died of your wounds. Off you go.
You wake up and a doctor tells you, "I'm afraid we've had to swap your face with Nicolas Cage to infiltrate."
What if we do face off, but there's like 1 week where I'm playing your character, you're playing mine, and we have to pretend to be each other, like face off.
I have to go live in the ocean for a week.
You will be, but you will. The next episode will take place on the 60th Tower Day, which is the last day of this month.
Oh Christ, that's a while away. We've been in a coma for a while.
Who shot JR? It's like
It's a week.
What, Jim Ross?
no, you twat from
Dallas.
Dallas. Yeah, from Dallas. Yeah.
That's 8 days, so you'll have been inside there a week. What a wonderful birthday of this!
Oh fuck! This was my birthday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You've had a shitty old birthday.
It was one of those funny candles that don't blow out.
You know, do you remember when you were 20 and then like there was that woman who blew herself up and you were in a coma for a week? Do you remember that? I remember that.
No.
Do you not remember that? The doctor said there might be some brain damage. That's probably why.
Why would there be brain damage?
Because you got blown up in an alleyway.
Did I?
Yeah, when you were 20 on your birthday.
I'm older than 20. I had a birthday?
What's a birthday?
Who are you?
Are you my granddad?
Ah. I hope my plague doctor mask is now fused to my face.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
I'm not saying I have Hellraiser.
Do you want to wrap up, or are we going to sit here just banging on all evening?
Okay.
I
Let's
don't
wrap.
bang on all evening.
Bang on you.
Everyone likes banging on. Okay. Thank you for joining us. This was an interesting session.
Yeah, this has gone very tits
Action
up.
movie.
So thank you all very much for joining us. I also want to thank Craig for being a wonderful DM and Blake for doing his usual stuff.
Yeah, my usual.
Being here.
It's one of my usual
For
stick.
being here and being a jolly good sport and an entertaining fellow.
Cheers, babes.
And also, I suppose we could thank Hero Forge for the figurines of our characters, but we paid for them. So we've
Are we
already
sponsored by Hero Forge?
no, but so we paid our dues. Fuck you, Hero Forge. But if you do want to sponsor us, get in touch. Craig needs more figurines to pay.
And
He's-
Heineken, if you're listening, I'll have a few more of these, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Are we
Yeah,
done?
that's it. So we're done.
Right. Thank you
Okay.
very much for watching, everyone. We'll see you next week.
Ah.
Bye bye.
Well, that was pretty much that was an interesting one. Did you think that you were going to get blown up on your birthday?
I think that every birthday.
I get blown this birthday.
Every time I open a card, it's a risk. Like, oh, oh, thank fuck that.
Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. No, we're all right. Okay.
Oh boy, what an episode. I bet you want to tune in next week, don't you? But before you do, why don't you just take a second to peruse the fantastic artworks of Renix Arts, who did the character portraits for us, and also all of that wonderful music in the video. Well, that's all thanks to Derek and Brandon Feichter, who gave us permission to use the music that we have in this video that made it all sound very mystical and lovely. And why don't you, while you're here, why don't you just click one of these buttons to like and subscribe, and why don't you leave a comment? Craig will read it, I won't because I'm scared of rejection.
It's true, he is.
Mother, why don't you love me?